Welcome, sports fans, to Jal, New Mexico, as we're about to go into our softball doubleheader between the Eunice Lady Cardinals and the Jal Lady Panthers. This is Ron Gunner. Thank you much for being here as we are going to be giving you exciting coverage of this district game. First time these two teams have faced each other this season, and it should be a barn burner compared to what they've been doing here in this season. Starting off with the Eunice Lady Cardinals, they have a 6-9 record. They do have a 4-game losing streak. They have lost twice to Loving. But then again, so have the Jal Lady Panthers, and that might be a factor as right now they're playing for second place in the district. District is a little condensed after Dora could not field a team. And so it's just the three teams, Eunice, of course, along with Jal, and Loving, the Falcons, who are dominating so far in this season. So let's go ahead and talk about Eunice Lady Cardinals first, as they are the visiting team. And we have a good lineup for them. They are once again, they are 0-4 on the road, so they're hoping to get better numbers calculated on that one. Let's start off with the batting order first, as we're going to have Riley Dillard coming up first. She's going to be playing at left field, followed by Bella Pierce, who will be in center field for the game at the beginning anyway. And then it'll be Hallie Jones to round up the top three for the batters, and she'll be at shortstop. Hallie Jones, after that, will be Mel Nieto. Nieto is going to be at first base. Liz Guiton is going to be at third base. Let's see, I should be talking about their class as well. So as you know, Dillard is a junior. It is Pierce, who's a sophomore, Bella Pierce. Hallie Jones is a junior. Mel Nieto is listed as, oops, got the wrong number on that one. So she's a senior, hitting at .405. Followed by Liz Guiton. Guiton is a senior, hitting a .263 batting average. Followed by Leilyn Zamora. Zamora's going to be at second base. She is listed as a junior. She's also hitting at .500, so pretty good batting average there. Everybody would love to have at least that, if not more. Gretchen Ball is hitting next, and she is going to be playing right field. And Gretchen is not listed on mine, but so I don't know her category as far as her class. So I do apologize about that. Let's see. Always checking. Nope, I don't see her. So then there's Maddie Martinez. Maddie is going to be pitching. And then Jazzy Close is going to be up next. She's the designated hitter, looks like, and is a senior. Of course, Maddie is a senior as well. So a lot of seniors on this team, enough to be able to get them going. They were near the top at the beginning, but again, they had a couple of losses. Audrey Garcia is going to be playing flex, and she'll be at, I want to say she was at, nope, she might have to go back to her. Audrey is listed as an 8th grader, so the youngest of the bunch that is starting for the Eunice Cardinals. Thank you, Tiff, for letting us know that we're doing all right. Some of these games start a little early. It is windy out here, by the way, in case you didn't know. And yeah, it is windy in southeast New Mexico for the most part. I think it's a prerequisite to be windy, so that way we can have a good windy game out there. As it looks like we're going to be starting a little early today. As Jal is out there going to get on the defensive side, and yes, indeed, looks like we're going to be starting early. So for the offense, or for the defense for Jal, we've got Jonna Butts once again. She has been pitching the whole entire season for the Jal Panthers. In fact, she's got a record of 9-4, 82 strikeouts, and 21 walks. Also is hitting at .475. Pretty darn good, pretty accurate for a hitter. Let's see. We've got catching today is going to be Caden Lujan. Amia Melicone is going to be at first base. Second base is going to be covered by Marian Nieto. Then it'll be third base will be covered by Zoe Molina. Then it'll be shortstop Abby Dardon, followed by left field to right. Left is going to be played by Navarrete. Center is going to be Peyton Lujan, and right field is going to be taken by Charisma Rodriguez. So we're about to get underway here today on this first of two. That's one of the reasons why. Of course, the wind is not favoring anybody right now, it seems like, but if it is, I would believe it'd be the defense, as it is blowing in, and so it'd be tougher to get really good hits in the outfield without them hanging up and being able to be caught. You know, those pop-up flies. So like I said, we're starting early on this one. We've got 4 minutes to go before the 30 mark, but we're going to go ahead and get started here in just a moment or two. And as we do so, first up is going to be Riley Dillard. Riley has been hitting .413 this season for the junior. That's pretty good. She's a left-hander. Or at least this time around, she's going to be batting left. And John Butts is geared up and ready to go, and so are we. Thanks for being here. This is on both Eunice and Jal. So I'm going to be simulcasting. First one's going to go a little high, and that'll be a ball. It is, other than the wind, it is actually a pretty good day, even though even me at 230 pounds, I was having trouble navigating through the wind without feeling like I was getting knocked over. Hit, and that's going to be into the center field and caught. Nicely done, as she was able to get underneath it just enough to be able to do so. That is Peyton Lujan, first out of the game. So 2 pitches in for Jana, and already 1 out. Coming up next is going to be Bella Pierce. Pierce is in the center field, or will be when she's playing defense, and is a sophomore. 486 is what she's hitting. First one's going to go across, swing and a miss, and that's going to be a strike. So 0-1 is what we've got so far. Thank you again for being here. Sun's trying to peek out of the clouds. Hopefully won't be a problem as that one gets hit to the right field. Can't see it from where I'm at, but no, it is foul. So Bella is going to come back and try again. Strike 2. 0-2, and John is ahead of the count on this one. 1 out, nobody on. We're in the top of the first. Thanks again for being here. I know it's a little early. It's still a couple more minutes before the official start of the game. Swing and a miss, and it'll be a strike. That'll be the first strikeout and the second out of this inning. So that'll add to Jana's strikeout list to 83 now, as Haley Jones comes up. She is the shortstop. Haley Jones is hitting at .658. That is amazing. The first one goes across. Good eye as it goes for the ball. So one of the more disciplined hitters, or at least it seems like. She's also a pitcher as well. I don't think she's no, she won't be pitching, but instead Madison Martinez will be able to talk about that in a moment. That one goes across, and it is going to be, oh, that first one actually was a strike. I didn't see the call. Nevertheless, it is 1-1 for so far. That one goes across, and no signal, so ball on that one. So 2-1 is the count. Jana doesn't waste a whole lot of time and energy. She goes in, gets up there, and punches it. That's going to be hit for a foul and a strike. 2-2 is the count. 2 outs already, nobody on, as we are in the top of the first on this windy Tuesday. So windy it may knock us into Wednesday. That one gets away from the catcher, as she wasn't able to corral it. But nobody on, so it doesn't matter, as Caden Lujan gets it, and the count goes to full. So will this be an out, or will we get a runner on first? Let's see. One gets hit and comes my way, almost directly, but nevertheless foul. And the count does not change to full, or keeps it at full. You ever been in a room where there's motion lights and apparently you're not moving enough because the lights go off? That one goes across and will be a walk. So Hallie Jones takes her base. Mel Nieto comes up next. And that is Melanie Nieto hitting .405. The senior is going to see what she can do with the ball with one on and two outs. And I forget, this is the only one you can't lead off on, so they are stuck at first or on the base. I don't know. I don't mind that at all. It definitely does keep it all things equal. First one goes across, and that'll be a ball. With a windup and a pitch. Swung low on and tried to steal, does, as it goes into the outfield, and will be taking advantage of that one. So Holly goes from first to third off that steal, double steal. In fact, actually, nope, she went ahead and went on the way home. It was lost in the backfield. And that'll be a wild pitch first run for Hallie Jones as she crosses the home plate. We've already got a score of 1-0 now. It's still with 2 outs, nobody on, and the count at 1-1. That last one was a strike. Win may be a factor later on, but not right now. A swing and a miss, and that's me a strike. Strike 2 for Melanie. Gaton is coming up next if she is able. Get a little more of that sun action as goes across a little high. Ball 2. So 2-2 is it? And brought my cap today so I don't get blinded by the light like it was last time I was here. Gaton with it. High, and that was a riser that didn't sink. So ball 3. Full count once again. We've got bases empty. One already has come across off the wild pitch. And it will be, it's a third strikeout ball, third drop strike. And that is going to advance her to first, even though she did strike out. So Mel is at first. Liz is going to be coming up next. Liz is batting at 263. Not healthy, but at least she's getting some contact out there. We've got a pinch runner out there. It'll be Macy Pichelle, the 8th grader. So Macy out there for Mel. And back to it. 1 on, 2 outs. Facing Liz. Hit and fouled. Back to the backstop, and it'll be strike 1. Got a lot of other action going on in Lee County. We have Hobbs and Roswell, both boys and the girls. One on the road, one at home, and the boys are on the road, girls are at home. And that one gets fouled backwards. Almost went back, got blown back into the ballpark, but instead, I don't think it did. I think it had too much ump. 0-2 is the count right now. 1 on. Would like to get out of this with just 1 run for the Jal Panthers, but that one's going to be fouled as well. As you saw, came right towards us. No change on the count. 0-2. Both these teams are fighting for their relevance in the district. I think they're going to be doing pretty well anyway. I think between the two, though, between 6-9 record for Eunice and the 10-4 record, as that one gets hit out to right field, that'll hit the wall and definitely be a double, if not more, as a runner comes, and Liz is going to go all the way to third. Oh, she tripped, but she may be all right. Actually, she's going to have an in the park home run. So Liz went ahead and went for it and scored 2 on that one. Hopefully I got that one in the sights. Yep, I did. All right, barely. So that was a 2 RBI. As that is considered a home run in the park home run for her. Melanie goes across, and there's a little meeting on the mound. That is not how Jal wanted to end it with 2 outs so far in the top of the first, but there's still plenty of time. This is just one of 2 games so far scheduled for today. Coming up in a moment, Leyland Zamora. And again, it has been Jana who has been pitching through the whole season, so just wanted to get on the same page on that one after allowing a couple runs, especially that one that went to the wall and looked like it was going to be able to stop at second, but instead she stretched it out for a home run. Well, let's get back to it. Goes across, no indication, ball. So Zamora on right now. And across, there you go with the strike. So 1-1 is the count right now. On Zamora. Zamora is a junior hitting .500. So another good hitter. They have a lot of good hitters at Eunice. That one's going to be hit and fouled back for the strike. 1-2. So Catan had a 0-2. Now we have 1-2. She was able to hit it pretty well. Let's see what Zamora does. Good eye on that one as it goes across for the ball. 2-2 is what we've got. I thank our sponsors. You can see those at the bottom of your screens. We have 2 respective broadcasts, so definitely both of those are different. That one goes across, and that'll be a ball. Count is now at full once again, 3-2. As we're on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. Might be able to find us on Facebook page as well. That one goes across and will be a walk. So Zamora at first. Gretchen Ball coming up next. Ball's at right field, at least for the defense. First one's going to go across. Strike. So 0-1. As we're working our way through this lineup. Second one, swing and a miss. And that'll be an attempt at second to steal, and she does. And that'll be for Zamora. That is strike 2. So we have a runner at second. And Ball trying once again. 1-1. Actually it was. And that'll be a strikeout number 2. And that'll be the 3rd out. So let's go ahead and take a break. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage. It's all happening right here. You've got it on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube, whether you're on Eunice or on Jal. Thanks for watching. All right, that inning, it was 3 runs off of 1 hit. We had no errors, 1 left on base, 2 strikes, and 2 walks. And it was 7 batters faced for the top of the first. We're going to go to the bottom of the first. It'll be in order, starting with Caden Lujan, followed by Abigail Dardone and Jonna Butts for the first 3 batters for the Jal Lady Panthers. Caden Lujan, let's see, do I have any numbers on her? Caden Lujan is a freshman. She's hitting at .415. Hopes to see something in this first one. As it goes across. Looks like that'll be a ball. And you think one thing and you say another and you try not to, but you do it anyway. Another quick delivery from Maddie as it is bunted. Delivered over to first in time for, unfortunately, for the out. Looks like that'll be a 5-3 on that one for the infield out. Out number 1. Abigail Dardone coming up next. She gets stands in the wind. Thought about a bunt, but instead gets back out of that one, and the first one is going to be a ball. Abigail is a sophomore hitting at .333. Low on that one, and check swing going to be a strike. I think she was trying to get out of that bunt, but instead wasn't able to get out of it in time. 1-1. Interesting way of doing this, and another bunt. This time it's going to go foul as it spun immediately out of play. So can't do that again unless she wants to go out. 1-2 is what we've got on the count. Maddie with her interesting wind up. That's going to get hit straight to third. It's going to be delivered over to first, and it'll be over her head. She's going to round the corner on that one and head straight to second and stand up. She's going to think about third. Nope, she's going to go ahead and get back there. So a single stretched into a double for Abigail. Jonna Butts coming up next. And Jonna is, like I said, she's been hitting pretty well. .475 for the senior. Just going to fix my paperwork. She's going to bat left. Looks like she's going to try to advance the runner with a bunt. No, instead she's going to pull out of it. Looks for a steal. Going to go ahead and get back in time is Dardone. Count will be, I believe, 1-0. Yes, indeed. 1-0, Maddie there again, delivering. Gets it across. A little too low. Ball 2. Charisma is going to be hitting next. Here we go, Maddie, once again. Hit this time, back at her, and goes up the middle in the gap. Just finds the inside of the outfield, and a slide in, and Dardone slides in for the score and gets 1 on the board for Jal, as it is Butts who gets to second. So a single RBI. Coming up next, Charisma Rodriguez, also on the left. Going to go forward and hit it. Going to go over to third. Third's going to try to rally it to first, and not in time. Did as well as me saying rally or throw it. Maybe I should have just said throw it. So that puts runners on the corners, first and the third. Jonna Butts at third. Charisma Rodriguez at first. Here we go. We've got 2 on. Only 1 out. Coming up next is going to be Amaya. Oh, and a steal. I didn't even see that till just then, but it is Rodriguez to second, stole that base. So now we have runners at second and third, runners in scoring position, and Melisson batting. Already we have a count of 2-0. Sometimes they are so fast you can't even keep up with the score. So let's go ahead and see. Hit up the middle, right back to the to Maddie, and Maddie's just going to deliver it first in time for out number 2. So that is the 1-3 infield out. Zoe Molina coming up next. And that held the runners at bay at second and third. So Zoe's going to hit the ball. It's going to be a blooper. It's going to get over to Maddie. Maddie's going to be able to chase it down, and that is going to be an infield out. Also 1-3. And that will end this first inning. We've got many to go as we're going to get to the top of the second in just a moment. We've got it all right here on the Eunice Network as well as on the Jal Sports Network. Thanks for watching. All right, we're back. We had 1 run off of 3 hits. There was no errors, 2 left on base, no strikes, and no walks. Let's go to the top of the second. There we go. I think, let's see, that should be right. Top of the second, and it is 3-1. Eunice on top. Still windy and cloudy. Of course, some of that is actually dirt, as you also know. It was treacherous trying to drive up here. It was windy the whole way, and a crosswind as well. So that was. So 3-1, top of the second. Here we go. Sitting next to the Eunice Cardinals. That one goes low, ball 2. So 2-0 is the counter, should be the count anyway. There we go. That one goes across, and that'll be a strike. As Ty says, down the pike for a strike. 2-1 is the count. Once again, Jonna with the delivery goes over and hits the backdrop for the ball. 3-1. For some reason they're chanting Walker. Strike on that one goes to full. 3-2 for Maddie Martinez. Do I have any numbers on Maddie? She does hit pretty well, 364, if she gets a walk on that one after all. To start the second. So Maddie's at first. Coming up next is going to be Jazzy Klaus. Or is it Colsey? You know, sometimes it is a little different from what it shows or what it looks like or what it's traditionally said as. But I'm going to go with Jazzy. Jaslyn is a senior. Hit on that one. Fouled back for strike 1. Jazzy ready for another. Here we go. A little high. That would be ball 2. Oh, sorry, ball 1. I know throwing the whole season has got to be rough, but just throwing in general, trying to get those strikes. I've done it once, and that's all I could do, and I could not get the strike zone to save my life. 1 and 2 is what we've got. 1 on, no outs. Swung on and missed, strike 3, and that will be first out of the inning. I do believe that's the 3rd strikeout for Jana. Hit, but hit foul. So everybody's going to go back. We're back to the top of the order. Riley Dillard with that one. So a long strike on that. Goes to 0 and 1. A little bit of a brown patch in front of us. Don't know if we're going to get a lot of dirt, but it looks like we might. Hit high. It's going to be a fly ball. It's going to be underneath for Butts, and she's going to be able to pick that one easily for out number 2. So she was able to easily catch that one as did not get too blown off course by the wind. Bella Pierce, who struck out last time, is up next. First one's going to go across for the strike. Here we are again. Goes across. Steal at second and gets there in time. Safe. So it is Martinez at second after the steal. And the count is now 1 and 1 for Bella. Back, and it's going to be hit into the right. Looks like it's safe as it was in the corner. It's going to be a long triple for Bella, and she's going to also get the home, not the home run, but the RBI is what I wanted to say. So RBI. And Haley Jones is coming up next. She was the one that started off with a walk to get the runs coming in. It is now 4. As that one goes across for the ball for Hallie. Hopefully visibility won't be too bad as the sun is definitely being affected by the clouds. 1 and 0 is the count. Swung on and hit. Foul. So it'll be 1 and 1. Oh, wait. That was it. Once again, Haley Jones batting for Eunice. Goes across. And with 1 on and 2 outs. It's going to get that one across. Looks like that'll be a ball. Delivered again. High, and that's going to be a check swing. Nope. Did not go, so it'll be, actually, I guess it did. Let's go with 1 and 2 on the count. The wind is getting much worse, it seems like. Definitely moving stuff around. I'd like to see exactly what the wind gusts are around here, but it is going across for the ball. Even inside, I can feel it just a little bit. Nieto, Melanie Nieto coming up next if needed. In the second, 2 outs, so 1 on. You might be able to see how the wind is blowing. And that's going to be across for the walk. So that's 2 walks in a row for Hallie. And Mel Nieto coming up next. She had a third strikeout, but it was a drop strike, so she was able to reach first without being out. That one's going to be a wild pitch. It's going to possibly score. It does. As the runners advance and take advantage of that bad throw, the wild pitch. And that'll be another run for Eunice. 5-1 is the score, top of the second. 2 outs. I believe that is, that's right, Mel is still pitching, or batting. Swung on and missed. Five to 1 is the score. Top of the second, 2 outs. That's going to be hit deep into right, but it's not deep enough as it is caught, and that will be the third out. That was caught by, let's see, that was Charisma over there on right field. So we have got through another inning, top of the inning, winning second inning, and we'll be back in just a moment as we continue coverage. It's all happening right here on the Jal Sports Network as well as Eunice. Be back in a moment. I believe that was 2 runs off of 2 hits with 1 left on base. We also had a strikeout and 2 walks. We are going to the bottom of the second. Quickly, as first one has already been thrown for Peyton Lujan, a little low, I believe, and that's going to be a ball. So Peyton Lujan out there, trying to see what she can do with the stick, and now 2-0. Peyton Lujan coming in with a .243 batting average. That one goes across and will be ball 3. This is one of those, I think, deliberately slower umps, but that's all right, as long as they're consistent. Low, ball 4. So we get the walk for Peyton Lujan. And now Marine Nieto coming up next to bat. She is the junior, batting .278 right now. I'd get higher batting average, I'm sure. Bunt attempt doesn't go. It'll be a strike on that one as she tried to attempt it. Trying to base some small ball on that one as that one gets away from Maddie. Gets it back to her. So 0-1 is the count. Still windy. Now that's not going to change anytime soon, I'm sure. A bunt attempt, steal, and that goes. She slid in. She didn't have to, but she didn't know that, as the attempt was a little high and off. So Peyton Lujan makes it to second, off the steal. So 1 on, no outs. Bottom of the second. 0-2. And a strikeout. Out number 1. as Bella Cohurst coming up next. Quickly, that's already been delivered. And that'll be ball number 1. So 1-0 was the count right now. Gets it across. Looks like that is going to be. Yes, it is. He's going to call it strike as it goes down the middle of the lane, the strike zone for 1-1 for the count. Got one on at second. That one goes across and a strike. So Melody already ahead of the count, 1-2. Getting back on as batter is in the box. Cohurst going to hit that ball. It's going to go to right field, and it's going to find the gap, going to find the warning track as well. One of them's going to come across. Is that just going to be an RBI double? So Cohurst with the RBI double. Now get you to 5-2. Maybe up next, top of the order, Caden Lujan. Lujan had an infield out at her first time up. 5-2 though is the score. You have one out. Caden Lujan here in a moment as we get back to the batter's box. There we go. Caden Lujan up next. There she gets in the box. Lefty. Got one on second base again. Maddie with the delivery. And that'll be a strike. Caden Lujan just watched it go by. That's all right. You got to watch some of them. The first one is you never know. The second one is going to be hit. And it will be just foul, but caught. And that'll be out number 2, or number 1, I mean. As that was Riley Dillard who caught that one, tracked it down. So actually, no, that is out number 2. Oops. So coming up next is going to be Abigail Dardone. Abigail had a double. Actually, no, it was a single stretched out to a double. Her first time up. Maddie with the delivery. Gets it low, bounces. And no advancement on the runners. So a ball. 2 balls so far. Here we go again. A little high on that one, and it'll be ball 3. So ahead of the count is Dardone. Maddie would like to get back into control about that one and expect to see a nice little strike down the pike on this one, as it does not make it. Just a bit outside. And that will put Jonna Butts next on to bat. Jonna had an RBI single. Actually, it was a double. This one goes across quickly for the ball. 1-0. Maddie again delivers. A little low on that one. Is it going to make it? No, it's not. 0-2-0. Here we go again. Hits it across. Does get hit by Jonna. And we'll find the gap in left. Runner decides to stay at third. So runners on the corners right now, first and third. As that is another single, this time by Butts. Charisma coming up next. As she is playing right field. She had a double. I believe she was one of those that was stranded on there. Nevertheless, though, see if she can do something with the bat. 2 outs. Swung on and missed. That'll be strike 1. Maddie's quick on delivery. Here we go again. Hit this time. Back over to Maddie. She's going to throw it to throw it to home. And that'll be out number 3 as she does get Caden Lujan for the out. So that is, either way, that was Abigail Dardon. That's right. So that would be the third out. So we're going to go ahead and get to the top of the third. We'll be back in a moment as we continue coverage right here on the Jal Panther Network as well as on Eunice on the Sports Network. All right, welcome back. Very much for being here. It was 1 run on that bottom of the second, so 3-run difference, 5-2 as we get to the top of the third. It's going to be Liz Gatton. First one's going to be hit, foul. So 0-1. Spuds gets back on the mound. Gatton in the box. We are ready to go. That wind is blowing strong still. Let's see it on the coach's pants. Swung on. And that'll be a ball. 1-1 right now. Nobody on at the top of the third. First batter up. Gatton had an in-the-park home run, basically, in her last at-bat. Swung on, and that'll be strike 2. Count now at 1 and 2. Hit on, and it's going to go out of territory to the right, foul. Count stays at 1 and 2. Jal Panthers coming in 10-4 for the season, and it was 6-7 with an 0-4 record on the road for, 6-9, a 4-game losing streak, and 0-4 on the road for the Eunice Lady Cardinals. 1 and 2 still. Hit high as that one goes to the right as well. Looks like that is going to be caught and out number 1. So Charisma Rodriguez able to catch that one. And that'll be the first out. Zamora coming up next. Laline Zamora. First one's going to be swung on and missed, strike 1. It is a little isolating in this booth, but at least it has some temperature control. It's nice, and I don't have to worry about the wind and the paperwork blowing around. Nevertheless, sometimes it can feel a little isolated as you watch the game. Going across for the ball. Got to keep a close eye on things. Sometimes you know how that goes. You're too busy doing your paperwork or whatever else. 1-1 is the count. Another delivery, a little low, and that will be ball 2. Oops. So 2-1 is the count right now. Trying to take a little longer, but we'll deliver. High on that one, and that is going to be ball 3. So couldn't quite catch the zone on that one, but I think she's going to find it this time around. Just work at it to get there to get the full count. Already have one out. That was a swing and a miss. Strike 2. Full count is here either way. Nobody on right now. On for Eunice. Coming up next is going to be Gretchen Ball. Swung on, and that'll be actually not swung on, but strike. That'll be out number 2. So far 2 up, 2 down in the third. Gretchen Ball, though, we've had that before, and Eunice has been able to capitalize. Swung on, hit, and fouled back. Strike 1 for Gretchen. She struck out for the third out in the first inning. Last time she was up, she's going to try to see what she can do to improve that. That's right. Hit, foul, once again, goes to the back, and I think it escaped over the net. So it'll be 0-2 is the count. Hit this time, back over to Butts. It's going to get to the shortstop, who gets it to first in time for the 6-3 out. That means it was fielded by Dardone, and then over to Malacone. So 3 up, 3 down on that one, and it will be the bottom of the third. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage. It happens all right here. Seems the air quality's gotten a little bit better now. I don't see as much brown as I did before. The sun is covered up. We may get the lights here pretty soon. Maddie is already set, and so is our next batter. Amelia Malacone. First one's going to go across, and that'll be, I believe, a ball. Maddie already with another delivery. Low. Ball 2. Thank you very much for being here on this windy Tuesday. We've got another one going on Thursday, doubleheader as well. We'll talk about that for the Jal Panthers. And that'll go across for another ball, I believe. Ball 3. Hit right back to Maddie. It's going to take it over to first in time. No doubt about it for the 1-3 out. So Zoe Melina, or Melina, coming up next. Seeing an infield out as well in the first. one goes across for the ball. Ball 1. A little low on that delivery. Going to be ball 2. Zoe did not chase that one. Would have been a little low for her. So 2-0 is the count. A little high on that one. Looks like it may have been too high, so ball 3. So Maddie's having a little trouble finding that comfort zone, that strike zone, but 3-0 still. Here she goes delivering again. And ball 4. So Melina's walked to first. Peyton Lujan coming up next. She had a single. Nope, she got walked actually, and then stole second. I believe she got stranded there, but nevertheless, first one's going to go across for the ball. So Peyton Lujan trying for the bunt, but instead pulls away, and it will be a ball. I see Jal tends to like to walk a little bit, or at least bunt. That will be a strike. So 2-1 is the count on that one. It's a bunt attempt once again from Peyton Lujan. And Peyton, as the wind blows a little harder. It's going to get it crossed. It's going to go just to the shortstop. She'll be able to field that one for a 4. Actually, no, that was second base. Second base to first. 4-3 for out number 2. So coming up next is going to be Marian Nieto, who sees that first one go crossed high for the ball. So Marin, last time up, she did strike out. She does not want to do that again. Maddie, though, would like to see the same results. That one goes across, and it will be a strike after all. Took a moment to get that call, but nevertheless, strike 1-1 is the count. That one goes across, dribbles. There's no way that would be anything but a ball. You have to get a golf swing out there to get that one. Count is now 2-1. Marin ready. Swung on a little early and missed. Strike 2. Maddie's dealing pretty well. 2-2 right now. 2 outs. 1 on. Hit, and that's going to be a blooper. That is going to find shallow, and it's going to find its way to the ground. Right fielder tried to get it, but instead it doesn't get caught. So 2 on. And that would be a nice little single for Marin. Actually, nope, that was for Peyton Lujan, sorry. So Peyton Lujan and Marin now is going to be up. And there's going to be a conference on the mound. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage right here. So Marin is on first. Second is occupied by Peyton Lujan, I believe. And so, coming up next, Bella Cohurst. We've got the players in order. Hit. And that is going to be foul. Everybody has to run back to their base. Oops, and I got to move it back as well. There we go. Here we go with another delivery, a little low. First and second still occupied, 2 outs. That will be a ball, 1-1 for Cohurst. So Bella had a 2 RBI double RBI. RBI double. Yeah, I'll say it right. So that one goes across for the ball. 2-1. Wind blows your mind sometimes when it goes like this, especially with the direction it's been going in. Hit, and it goes right across over to second. And shortstop fumbled the ball. Is that going to be an out? Oh, I guess it's going to be an out because it was very close, but did not have to tag. So luckily for the Eunice Cardinals, that'll be out number 3. And that means we're in the top of the 4th. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage. It's all happening right here in Jal, on whether you're on Eunice or on Jal Sports. All right, welcome back. As we've got a little controversy going on. Coach or manager is out there talking. Man, that wind is still blowing strong. It is definitely a presence. So I'm not sure what's going on with that, but I do know there was no runs, 1 hit looked like, and 2 left on base. Also, 1 walk and no strikes. So we go to the top of the 4th. It is still 5-2, a 3-run lead for the Eunice Cardinals, the visitors, as they are trying to get back into the district in the swing of things. They've had 4-game losing streak, 2 of them against Loving. In fact, let's see. So for these Eunice Cardinals, last game they played was on Thursday against Capitan. It was a close one, tight, but 6-7 was the final. And that was at home. Loving, like I said, they struggled against them 10-0. And Loving seems to be blowing them out so far on the district side. It was 10-0 in that game. The second of the doubleheader was 11-4. So at least Cardinals were able to get a couple of runs in. Before that, I believe that was, I'm not sure exactly who the non-varsity opponent was. That was on the 2nd of April, and that went 8-6, and I'm sure it was a JV squad, so tough loss, but nevertheless a good, tough opponent. So if you keep it competitive with those, then you know you're doing pretty well as far as playing together as a team. Lordsburg is the last time that these Eunice Cardinals won, 11-1. Let's see, that was at a neutral spot, so that was it for Lordsburg. That was back on March 28th. For that, Hatch Valley 10-9, and also Academy in Gallup. That was a tournament as well, and lost that one by 10, 11-1. Coach Lujan making a case, and Manager Kemple behind him, making sure everything is up and up. Lujan is passionate. I will say this about him. He is very passionate about the game, whether it be basketball or softball. So it's interesting to watch him, sometimes fun. I think there's a controversy on that second base. I think he's going to make his argument. And it was fumbled, but in the end, whether she was on when she had the ball or not, it is an out. He is trying his hardest, but I don't think he's going to change anybody's mind. But hey, you know what? That's why you go out there and try. If you don't try, you're never going to succeed. 5:25. We got this game started a little early, but we have first of 2. This one's going to be 7 innings. And the second one is going to be, man, to be a fly over there, to be able to hear exactly what they're saying as we're about to get back into it. Oh, yep. He is demonstrating and doing everything he can to show that he called the right, or he made the right call. So back to it. Jana on the mound as we get the first batter up. That'll be Maddie Martinez. Maddie had a walk in the last time. Stole a base. First one's delivered high for ball one. So 1-0 is the count. Delivers again. Swung on and missed. Strike one. It's a nice cut. Just couldn't find the ball in that swing. Oh, I've been there before. 1-1 is the count right now. Swung on and missed. Strike two. Butts ahead on Maddie right now as far as the count. Here we go again. Swung on, fouled back. Is this going to be catchable? No, but she did try. And we'll go continue to be 2-1 with that foul. We're in the fourth inning right now. We just started the top of the fourth, and we've got nobody on, no outs. And Maddie Martinez, the pitcher for Eunice, trying to see what she can do with the bat. No one goes across. Struck him out. Looking. That's strike one. Actually, not strike one of the game, just strike one of this inning. Or out number one for the inning. Already hit. I was looking down and going to be grounded to first. Thrown to first from the pitcher. Jazzy is out. That's out number two with a 1-3. Coming up next, top of the order, Riley Dullard, who is a left fielder. She made a spectacular catch in the outfield, of course, in foul territory. That's going to be hit to third and thrown to first in time. Definitely for out number three. 3 up, 3 down for the Eunice Cardinals. We're going to be back in just a moment as we continue coverage right here in Jal on Eunice Sports and Jal Sports. Thanks for watching. So with that one, it was no hits, no runs. We had one strikeout, no errors, nobody left on base, and nobody walked. We're going to the bottom of the fourth, and it is still a 3-run lead for Eunice. 5-2, Jal up next to see bottom of the fourth. Be back in a moment. That is going to be definitely a ball as it bounced to the catcher. 1-0 is the count. Here comes Maddie once again, a little high on that one. So split the difference, and you might get a strike on that one, but 2-0 right now against. I was to get the right one. Let's see, that is the top of the order, Caden Lujan. No call on that one, I don't know, but nevertheless, let's see. Bunt, going back out of it again, and going to be a walk. So first batter up for Jal gets walked. Kate Lujan, and coming up next is going to be Abigail Dardone. Dardone had a single and a walk in her first 2 times up. Hit, and it'll be fouled as it's bunted back. Just immediately rolled backwards, and a long strike in the end. Oops, there we go. So 0-1 for Abby. Gets back in the batter's box. Maddie already ready. Bunted again this time. Is it gonna? Nope. It's gonna land foul anyway, and it rolls backwards, so it's gonna backspin on it like it had before. So another foul. So we are already at 0-2 for Dardone. Trying to advance the runner on first with no outs. Bottom of the 4th. Here we go with Maddie once again. Getting back into it. Getting that movement. And a ball. She had it to give. So Abby with 1-2 count. Still behind. Maddie. Going to hit that one. And it's going to be foul back to the backstop. And nothing changes. 1-2. Able to hit it, but not hit it forward, just back. So far, all of her hits have been backstop rollers. Gets it low on that one for ball 2. 2-2, getting a little dark out here. May get the lights on here in a moment, as it is 5:30. Rocking it. Rolling it, and it goes over to third for a possible double play. Nope, not in time, but does get the runner at first. That'd be Caden Lujan for out number 1. And a fielder's choice will put Abby at first. So Jonna Butts coming up next. See what she can do with the bat. Has had an RBI single, and that was going to dribble across for the ball. Also had a single in the second, so this is her 3rd time up batting. Hits that one, and it's going to go towards left, and camps underneath it for a nice out, number 2. Let's see, that was by Dillard once again, who was able to camp underneath that one and catch it. So Charisma Rodriguez next up for Jal. We're going to hit that one foul. Didn't have much of a chance as it went straight out on the left-hand side. Get back into action. Let's go where we are. So 0-1 is the count. Tries it again, swung on, and it'll be a foul, so strike number 2. So 1 on, 2 outs. Runner at first is going to try to steal second. Looks like she's going to make it in time. And that is going to be Abigail Dardone. Count goes to 1-2. Hit, and it's going to be foul, but it'll be a catch for out number 3. So left 1 on base, got 1 hit, and no runs come across. No errors, 1 left on base. Let's see, no strikeouts, no walks, or was there a walk? Let's see. Oh, there was 1 walk. We are going to go into the top of the 5th. It is a close one, as I thought it would be. 5-2 is the score. We'll be back in a moment as we continue coverage both on the Jal Sports Network as well as on the Eunice Sports Network. Watching it on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. right, welcome back. This is Ron Gunner. Bella Pierce is going to be coming up here first for the top of the fifth to bat for the Lady Cardinals. Pierce had a an RBI triple, and that's going to be hit foul to the left, to the right, to the right, to the left, to the right, to the left, to the right. Nope, this time to the right. And we've got a count of 0-1. A little low on that one. Ball one. Some of those are pretty simple, like that one, but may have gotten away from her either way. Hey, she's been throwing through the whole season. She's been doing very well for the Jal Panthers. One goes across. It is not going to find the mark and will be ball two. She had 21 walks coming in. She had 82 strikeouts. 9-4 was her record. Swung on, and that'll be a foul. So that'll be 2-2. Bella Pierce, who has a strikeout and an RBI as well on a triple. Hit, and that'll be also to the right, just a little behind. So another foul ball. Continues to stay at 2-2. It's one of those, looks like it is a cool day. It looks nice, but if the sun was out, it would have been nice. Instead, that one goes across, doesn't find the mark, and will be a full count of 3-2. It is still April, though, so I guess it can still be a little cool. It's allowed. Swung on and hit right back to Butch. She's going to go ahead and deliver to first, and that'll be in time for Malisson, or is it? Yep, it is. Okay. So safe, actually. So I thought that was an out, but instead, save call as she is on. Nope, it is out. So she did get tossed out there at first. So it'll be the first out for the 1-3. Coming up next, quickly done for the first delivery. That'll be Hallie Jones on the mound, or on the at the bat, and the first one's going to go across from Butts for ball one. Hit, and that'll go to the center. Finds the gap and will be a single for Hallie Jones. So Hallie's at first, one out, and coming up next, Mel Nieto. So Melanie is going to try to see what she can do. She had a pop-out fly last time up. Swung on and missed. Steal to second, and that will be not in time. Safe at second. So Hallie makes it to second. One strike so far for Mel. And back on the mound, delivering right now. Going to be delivered to the left for a foul over the heads of the Lady Panthers. Definitely out of play. 0-2. Runner at second, one out. Top of the fifth. We're expecting to see Butts delivering both the pitching for Chow. A little bit of a run down, but nope, she's going to go ahead and run back. No challenge. No challenge for Hallie. As it is now, should be 1-2. Hit foul. It goes out of play. Having fun with each other on this game. These are district teams, so they can have that 1-2 back and forth. That one goes across for the ball. 2-2 now. So 2-2, one on at second, one out. Butts delivering. Swung on and missed. Strike three. Mel gets to sit down. That's out number two. So we have one on. Let's see. Liz Gaton is up next, followed by Zamora if she gets there. That one goes across. And a steal attempt, and they do get it. And it's going to be a bad throw and error as it does score. Haley Jones off the error. So throwing error is going to cost another run or give another run to Eunice. 6-2 now, 4-run lead. Still in the top of the fifth, 2 outs. Still up. It's going to be Liz Gaton. She had the end of park home run at the first. And then flew out to right. Swung on and missed. Count is now 1-1. So off that error, we have 1 run come in. So far, it's been 3 runs in the first, 2 in the second, none in the last 2 innings for Eunice until now. That goes across. Just missed it for the ball. 2-1 now for Liz. John it back, trying to get something going and see if she can get it back to 2-2. Hit this time, it'll be right over to second base. She was in the right spot at the right time for Nieto, and that'll be out number 3. So let's go ahead and take a pause for a moment. We'll be back, and we'll be continuing coverage right here, whether on Eunice or on the Jal Sports Network. Thanks again for watching. All right, for that inning, 1 hit, 1 run. We had 1 error and 1 left on base. Also 1 strikeout and no walks. We're going to go to the bottom of the 5th. And it's going to be a 6-2 to 4-run lead for Eunice. That's coming up to bat will be for Jal. Let's see, it looks like it'll be first baseman Melicon. So getting ready. Goes across for the ball. One and 0 so far for the first baseman. Swung on and hit. Goes straight to second, who throws it to first in time for the out number 1. 4-3 is the ground out. Going back in once again to bat, Zoe Molina. That one is going to go across quickly for the ball. Zoe has not had a hit yet. She wants to get one now. Swung on and missed. A little low on that one as she swung high for strike 1. That one goes across. No movement from the ump. Ball. Also have in Texaco, we've got some action for you with the Jal Panther baseball team as they are taking on Texaco. If we get any updates, we will let you know. Goes across, swung on and missed. Strike 2. 2-2 is the count. So he had that one to give, but probably wants to get that one back. She swung a little soon on that one. So Maddie's still in control with her throws. Here comes another one. Swung on, connected this time. She keeps alive as that one goes foul back. 2-2 is the count with one out, nobody on. And a new ball, or a different one anyway. Maddie has it now. Zoe gets back in the box, and here comes the delivery. Low, full count. So one out, nobody on. Hit. Right back up the middle and over to first in time for the 1-3 out on the infield once again. Second time that has happened for Zoe. And it is now 2 down, 1 to go. Going up next, Peyton Lujan. Lujan has had a walk. She looks like she's had 2 walks, and this time around she hits it quickly, and that'll be out number 3. So 3 up, 3 down on that one, and it was no hits, no runs, no errors, nobody left on base, no walks, and I do believe everything's covered. Bunch of zeros, and we've got a 4-run lead as we go to the top of the 6th. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage right here on the Jal Panther Network as well as on the Eunice Sports Network. Thanks again for watching. All right, we are back, and it is another top of the order now for, not top of the order, but Zamora coming up to bat. She has not had a hit yet. She has been walked and struck out. That one is going to go out, foul for strike 1. Top of the 6th, a 4-run lead for the Lady Cardinals. Here comes Butts again, goes across, and thought that might be a strike, but nope, did not get the call. So 1-1. So the delivery, this one smacked and hit up to the right and thrown to second. So will be a single for Zamora. Gretchen Ball coming up next. She is on the left as she gets in the batter's box. Delivers, swung on and missed, strike 1. Gretchen has not had a single either, so that was the first one for Zamora. Let's see what Ball can do. Quickly as she does get it up the middle over to a double play possible, and they get it. The 6-4-3 is what Gretchen hits into, and 2 outs with 1 more to go. Hopefully I got that for you. Looks like that is Maddie Martinez once again getting some instruction from manager Kimple. In any case, getting that from one of the coaches as that first one goes across for the ball. Delivered high on that one, and that is going to be ball 2. for Maddie. 2-0 is the count. 2 outs, nobody on. Hit this time, and it's going to go to the right, and looks like it'll be foul. So she'll have to run back and try it again. That is a long strike. Two and one, the count for Maddie. Winning pitchers so far in this game. Let's see. 364 is what Martinez has been hitting so far this season. As it is now 3-1 for the count. Delivered a little high, ball 4. So Madison is going to get walked after striking out last time. Now Jazzy is up there, the designated hitter. She has not had a hit. She's been struck out and a grounder in the 4th. Fake throw to first, and that'll be ball number 1. Still have the second game of 2. That's going to be a hit and be caught by Marin Nieto. So that is going to be out number 3. We're going to go to the bottom of the 6th. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage. It's all happening right here on the Jal Sports Network and on Eunice Sports Network. So for those keeping score, no runs off of 1 hit. There was also 1 left on base, 1 walk, I believe. Let me see. Yep, that's right. And the double play, of course, got the 2 outs, but it was no strikes. We go to the bottom of the 6th, and it is still Maddie on the mound to pitch. She had come in with a 5.54 ERA, 27 strikeouts, and 27 walks. So let's see. I'll do some math later on when I have a moment. She is quick on it as we already get the first batter up. Looks like that'll be Peyton Lujan. Showing bunt, and is going to be dribbler that's going to go foul. Actually, that is for Marin Nieto. So first one's going to be strike. She made it all the way first. She's going to have to go all the way back for Nieto. She had struck out in the first, and I believe she got a single in the 3rd. This is her 3rd opportunity. Bunt again, and the bunt is going to go to the left this time and foul in foul territory. Strike number 2. We have an update for you from Roswell, actually from Hobbs, as the Hobbs Eagles were able to win their softball game 1 of 2 against the Roswell Lady Coyotes, 10-0 so far. So 1 down, 1 to go for them. Dribble across, that'll be a ball. So Nieto with a 1 and 2. Nobody on, no outs, as it is the bottom of the 6th. Still windy out there. Delivery once again. Swung, and it'll be hit high. Is it going to be catchable? Nope, she wasn't. I say it was catchable, but wasn't able to track it down. So Nieto will stay alive on that pop fly that was foul. And the count will stay at 1 and 2. She was so close to it as well. Almost hit her, actually. That's how close she was to it. 1 and 2, back to Nieto. Hits it this time, foul, and no chance of getting it. It's just not being able to get in front of that ball so far. 1-2 though still. So Nieto Marin would love to get something going on the bases. Crouched again. This time low. Good eye as it's 2-2. Dribbler across makes it full count. Lots of noise. We have a bit of a crowd here. Hard to see it. They're over to my left, but that is going to be a walk. As it basically rolled across. So Marin to first. Coming up next, Bella Cohurst. She's going to see if she can drive in at least one. Get some runs back again. They still have until 7, so they've got one more. As that one is bunted, and a steal is going to go ahead and go to third. She's going to try for third. And let's see, as the call is she got out. She got a little too greedy on that one, and it was thrown out at third. Unless, actually no, it looked like it was an out, but instead, Marin is still on third base. Coach is out there, manager. So it is not an out. But the umps will get together anyway just to verify they saw the same thing. In the meanwhile, we'll go ahead and take a break. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage. It's all happening right here.
For over 25 years, Eunice Pump and Supply has been more than just a business. They've been a part of the heartbeat of Eunice. From the oil fields to the classrooms, Eunice Pump and Supply is all in backing the athletes, cheering on scholars, and investing in the future of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply takes pride in their hard-working team, their dedication to excellence, and most of all, the youth. Visit Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, and now proudly serving Lovington at 321 North Main. Your hometown partner and a proud supporter of Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, local, loyal, and proud to serve.
All right, well, let's get the camera back over to the base. I do apologize about that as we are continuing with the discussion. And the wind continues to blow right now, but so far, no change on third. So we'll find out whether it is out or not. I believe it's going to be safe at this point. Usually it's, if it is out, it would have already been taken care of. But, you know, sometimes it takes a committee, as both managers are there right now. I thought he had motioned that it was an out, but either way, I'm not complaining about that for certain. At this point, I'd be happy to know exactly. I think it's going to be still, because that's just one strike so far. I think Bella is still batting. And yeah, the wind is definitely, it's not slowing down anytime soon. Definitely would be going right into this press box. So almost 6 o'clock. We've been here since, well, a little before 4:30 is when it started. So 90 minutes of action so far, and we're still just in game one. Congratulations to the Hobbs Lady Eagles, who were able to take care of Roswell, the Lady Coyotes. Looks like that is going to be safe. For some reason, though, Coach Lujan is still out there. These are the exciting times of the baseball or softball games. So he's walking backwards, still talking, but that is going to be about it for that case. Coming up to bat, we've got Caden Lujan top of the order now, so that must have been. So Cohurst is out. That's right. And Caden Lujan coming up next. Caden Lujan has flown out. Actually, she walked, but got caught at second. First one's going to be a bit of a wild pitch, but not enough to cause the runner to go. Ball one. Maddie back to it. Gets it across, and thought that was going to be a strike. Not that I was looking for it, but it looked pretty good from my angle. But then again, I've got a bad angle. So it is 2-1, or 2-0. Now it's 2-1. So 2-1, swung on, hit, and it'll be foul out of play. Goes to 2-2. Get back to it. Swung, and that'll be a nice dribbler. And she will advance to get the runners on the corner. So, nice little hit that just died right in front of the catcher. She wasn't able to get it to first base. In fact, she didn't even try, which is good. She kept her head on her shoulders, a head on a swivel, as they say. And that'll put Abigail Dardone, who had a fielder's choice last time up. Stolen base. She's going to make it to second easily for Caden Lujan. And that was a ball for Abigail Dardone. Dardone, second throw. Hit this time and mishandled by the third baseman. And that means that the error, as she looked to first, but it would not have been in time. And a runner scores. So Abigail is going to be at first. Second base is going to be Caden Lujan. And coming up, Jana Butts coming up here. Jana had an RBI single earlier. She's going to go ahead and let that go. And another throw. Kind of bad as the third baseman could not quite catch it for Liz Gatton. And Gatton, not on her, as that was a safe run. Both players stealing. Get Lujan to third and Dardone to second. That one's going to go across. Looks like that'll be a strike. So Butt's still up there, 1-1. Dribbler. I think she's being affected a little bit by the runners on the bases. Maddie, though, back to it. 2-1 is the count. 1 out, 2 on, and it is 6-3. I forgot about that, but we've got that fixed. Back to the pitcher. She mishandles it. And now a bit of a rundown as it is going to be safe at third. And so that is going to be another fielder's choice. And it's going to put Butts on first. So we've got the bases loaded, 1 out. We've got the tying run at first. We've got the leading run at batting right now, Charisma Rodriguez. Charisma has had a single and a walk. First one goes across for the ball. So this inning, this sixth inning, bottom of the sixth, is working for Jal so far, but they can still, as that one goes across, look like a bit of foul tip either way. Strike one. So 1-1 is the count. Bases loaded, 1 out. Dribble her across. That'll be no hit. I can't do that unless you get your golf clubs out. once again, 2-1. Hard to chase it when it dribbles to you. Maddie, though, with the ball, gets it across, and that'll be, yep, I was waiting for that strike, and it finally comes. 2-2 now. Delivered once again from Maddie. A little low, but it is hit. Foul. So no change in the count. 2-2. Of course, Charisma would love to see a hit and a couple of RBIs go into her or under her belt. Once again delivered, swung on, and that'll be a strike. So struck out with bases loaded. Never like that, but it is, when is it a good time to strike out, really? I mean, honestly. So Amelia already up. First one gets across, and that will be strike for Melisson. 0-1 is the count. Delivered again, a little low this time for ball one. Can't really slow it. I mean, she does not slow down. Maddie is always ready for that next throw, and here we go again. 1-1, bases loaded, hits up to her, and that'll be just the 1-3 for the final out. And that means 3 left on base. We're going to go ahead and get you into the top of the 7th. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage. It all happens right here on Jal Sports and Eunice Sports. Thanks again for watching. So that inning, bottom of the 6th, it was 1 run off of 2 hits. We had 3 left on base, 1 error, 1 strike, 1 walk. And we go to the top of the 7th. It has been, for Maddie, 2 strikeouts so far. Let's see if we've got anything going on for the scores. Nope, so far just the Hobbs Lady Eagles score is available. 6-3, top of the 7th. This is possible the final inning unless the game is tied at the bottom of the 7th, but right now a 3-run lead for Eunice. I'm sure they would like to get some insurance runs to come across as well. Coming up first is going to be the top of the order, Riley Dillard. Riley has flown out, had an infield out, and twice had infield out, so she has not been able to get on base as of yet. First one is going to go across. Strike. Watch that one go by. Couldn't see, but looked pretty nice. Looked a little low, but apparently caught the zone. Hit that one this time. Back over to Butts. She's going to just underhand it over to first, and that'll be in time for the out number 1. So the 1-3 on that one for the infield out. And that means 1 down. Bella Pierce coming up next. She had an RBI in the 2nd. She also had a grounder or a infield out with a 1-3 last time up, and a strikeout in the 1st. Already a ball. Both sides do not like to waste time. Here we go again. Swung on and foul tipped back for the strike. 1-1. So 1 out, nobody on. Top of the 7th. Doubleheader coming in this way, and of course we've also got a game on Thursday as well to talk about. with Da Vinci and the El Paso Dragons. That one goes across, swung on and missed, strike two. That'll be the next opponent for Jal. And I noticed Dorr is not playing, so they had all the teams had to get a little extra games to get their record complete. This one's going to go foul to the right. I'd have chased it down, but it was completely out of my area to see. So it does not change the count, 1 and 2. Might get some sun, looks like, if the clouds are going to continue the way they are towards the end. Swung on a miss, strike three. And that'll be Bella as she goes down for the again. So 2 down. One more opportunity is Hallie Jones, who's had a pretty good game. She got on an error last time, stole a base. Hits that one foul to the backstop. 6-3 is the score. 2 outs though, nobody on. Top of the 7th. We may go extra innings, but only if Jal can tie the game. High on that one as it rose up and never dropped. And that'll be ball 1. So Hallie Jones with a 1-1 count for the shortstop. And that one looks like it's going to be, nope, he did not indicate. I thought he was going to show strike. Instead, 2-1 is the count. Gets that one across, and that'll be strike. So we are now down up to 2-2 for Hallie Jones. 2 outs, nobody on. Top of the 7th. Going to 7. Swung on a miss, strike 3. That'll be the 3rd out. That'll be 2 strikeouts for this inning. We're going to go to the bottom of the 7th. Do or die time for the Jal fans and also for Eunice as well, as they hope to get this win and drop the 4-game losing streak. We'll be back in a moment as we continue coverage right here. It's all happening on the Jal Sports Network as well as on Eunice. Thanks again. So for the scoring, no hits, no runs, no errors, nobody left on base. 2 strikeouts, and that was no walks. And so far that would mean 8 strikeouts so far for Miss Jonna Butts. 8 strikeouts along with what she had coming into this, which was 82. So that makes 90 strikeouts for the season so far for her. Of course, again, she's been the only one on the mound throwing for the team. That does make a bit of a difference. It also, I believe, shows just I knew how much endurance she had from last year, but she definitely has proven it this season as well. And the senior is going to be truly missed after she graduates. Next year is going to be some growing pains possibly. First one goes across, and that is going to be, let's see, for Zoe Molina. Last time had a ground out. In fact, she has not been able to get on base so far. The first one was a ball for Zoe. Hit, and that is going to go foul just barely. Would have been caught by a third baseman anyway. That would have been Gaton, but nevertheless, just goes foul. That'll be a long strike. We've got the 1-1. Still surprised that the lights aren't on yet, although I know the window just make it a little darker. As that one goes to, and it is dropped at right field for the single. Actually, it's going to be an error for Zoe. So 1 on so far, and that's what Jal wanted to see. Coming up next, it's going to be Caden Lujan, I believe. No, actually, it's going to be Peyton Lujan. Peyton has walked the last time. As we get a pinch runner, let's see who that is. Delivery, and that'll go across for the low call of a ball. Ball 1 for Peyton Lujan. Delivered again, hit, this time dribbled up the middle. It's going to go past the pitcher, get over to shortstop, not in time, and that'll be a safe throw for Peyton Lujan. So a single. That moves the ball, and moves Sauceda to second. Coming up next, Marin Nieto. Nieto had a single last time up. A bunt. This time it goes forward. She throws it to third over, and that will be safe. Actually, that wasn't Gaton. That was shortstop over there covering. Haley Jones could not get it. It was just over her head. Not sure if that would have been over Gaton's head, but either way, nicely hit. Bases loaded now, no outs. Coaching coming out. And, of course, they have to because if these runs come in, that is going to be the game, and Eunice will manage to lose it after leading through 6. So that is something that they do not want to see happen with their 4-game losing streak on the line. They don't want to extend it to 5, especially with district. They're 0-2. Both teams are 0-2. Both of them need a win. But right now, Eunice needs one a little bit more than the Panthers do. So bases loaded. Once again, let's see who is batting right now. Oh, that's right. There it is. So Coerced, who has a strike already, strike 1. And we'll go again. Hit, fouled back, and 0-2. So no outs, so she doesn't necessarily need to get on, but it would help. But no outs, swung on and fouled, so she stays alive, 0-2. Coming up next will be, looks like the top of the order. So it'll be Caden Lujan, Abigail Dardone. This one goes across, hit and fouled again. No change as it goes over my head. It will be 0-2. So she stays alive, does Coerced. And Bella trying to get something going with her bat. She has not been able to get anything more than that RBI double. Well, that'd be at least 2 runs come in if that was the case. But it is 1-2 right now. Swung on and hit, and that's going to be deep, but not deep enough as it gets to. And that is going to be out number 1. Let's see, that was 1 out. Cardinals, though, arguing about something. Let's see. As a runner goes across, I believe. Yep, 6-4 now. Trying to keep with the action and the umps, staying safe. So a sacrifice fly for Coerced. Gets the RBI. And now what's going on as umps back into it? They're showing, let's see what's going on. There is a bit. This may just be a bad controversial call, or not a bad one, but a controversial call nevertheless. You never want to have those happen. as he is arguing with the ump. Let's see, as the teams are taking a break. To clear this thing up. Now it's down to 2 if the scoreboard. Being secluded, I'm not sure exactly what's going on. I do apologize about that. I do know, though, that the scoreboard says 6-4. Looks like the one runner has come across. So 2 on. There should be 1 out, though. There is. 2 on, 1 out. Let's get back to it. Bunt, and that'll be foul. Bunting will be Caden Lujan, top of the order. So definitely not boring here. Second one is going to be foul as well as it goes back. She was trying to bunt. And no go. So she's going to have to swing for it or at least protect the plate with 1 out, 2 on. And the tying score at first. So the winning score batting. Maddie gets that one hit all the way over, and that'll be a double play. Now let's see, that should be the end, as that was a 6-4. And yep, just like that, it went from a possible game to Eunice winning this one. Once again, final score 6-4 off the 6-4. So, you know, sometimes it is poetic. So that is the end of the first game. We have the second game coming up here in just a moment. We're going to take a break, be back, and get you all the numbers. And by the way, let's see if I can get those numbers real quick. It was a little hard to see. I know there was an error there. And 1 left on base. 1 run came across. Let's see how many hits they had. I believe it was just 1. No strikeouts, 1 walk, 1 hit. So it was 1 run off 1 hit, 1 error, also 1 left on base, no strikeouts, 1 walk, and that is the game. Final score once again 6-4. Eunice does beat Jal to end their 4-game winning or losing streak. We'll be back in a moment. Once again, right here on the Eunice Cardinal Network as well as on the Jal Panther Network. Oh yeah, and before I just got a notice about Eunice being able to overwhelm the number 1 team. I believe Eunice has won their first game, 17-4 over Loving. Once again, final score 17-4 over Loving for the Eunice Cardinals in baseball over the Loving Falcons. Be back again right after this. All right, so for the batting averages, it was Jal with 250, and the batting average for Eunice in this game was 160. On percentage, similar, 351 for Jal, 300 for Eunice. Eunice had 5 stolen bases. Jal had 4. ERA, it was 2 for both sides. Fielding percentage, 900% for Jal, and a little bit higher for Eunice at 914. With the 6 runs for versus 4 for Jal, 8 hits for Jal compared to 4 for Eunice. Runs brought in or batted in, 4 for Jal, 2 for Eunice. Slugging percentage better for Eunice. At the park home run because it was handled, but if you have an error on it, then that's a different story. So for Madison Martinez, she walks away 7 innings pitched, 2 earned run with 2 strikeouts to her name. It was 9 strikeouts for Jonna Butts after 7 innings pitched and 2 earned runs as well. So the scoring went Eunice 3-1 at the top of the first, followed by 2-1 in the top of the second. So it was 5-2 at the end of 2. Both goose egged in the third and the fourth. Eunice was able to get 1 in the fifth. Jal was not. Jal was able to get 1 in the sixth, and Eunice was not. So at that point, it was 6-3. And then the top of the seventh, Eunice went through, in and out, and it was Jal at the bottom who loaded up the bases but weren't able to capitalize. Left a couple of them on. 6-4 was the final score once again. 3 errors on each side, and again, it was going to be, first one was a great game. I think the second one is going to be a great game as well, and it will be scheduled for 5. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage right here on the Jal Panther Network. Thanks again for watching. Oh, yeah, and as you know, also on the Eunice Cardinal Network.
For over 25 years, Eunice Pump and Supply has been more than just a business. They've been a part of the heartbeat of Eunice. From the oil fields to the classrooms, Eunice Pump and Supply is all in backing the athletes, cheering on scholars, and investing in the future of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply takes pride in their hard-working team, their dedication to excellence, and most of all, the youth. Visit Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, and now proudly serving Lovington at 321 North Main. Your hometown partner and a proud supporter of Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, local, loyal, and proud to serve.
Doesn't look like much of a change for the second game and the doubleheader. As we do get some sun, we also have the lights on for game number 2 going to be happening here in minutes. Going ahead and got the window open, a little windy, but it's still not as bad as it was before. So I think the wind is going to be no factor whatsoever in this second game, which is just nice with me. I don't mind that at all, and it can go bye-bye for the day. It can blow away. I don't care, as long as this doesn't blow us away. Thank you very much again for being here with us, and we are blown away that you are a part of this, especially after that first little bit of a controversy. I didn't see exactly what happened, but it will be in the paper as far as the games go. Looks like the coverage is here. Looks like a little bit of a lineup change for Jal as far as trying to get some things done. Talk about that and more in a moment. Of course, tomorrow, or not tomorrow's game, but Thursday's game might as well be tomorrow, as tomorrow is tax day for those that are waiting until the last minute like I did or have, but that's because I owe. It's off to where I go. So speaking of which, I will go ahead and complete this lineup. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage. This is happening all right here. We've got it on both. We've got it on Eunice Sports and the Jal Network. Thanks again for being here. right, we are getting close to getting ready for the start of Game 2 of this doubleheader for you today. Thank you very much again for being here on this Tuesday. It was a windy one, and yeah, driving up here was definitely some road hazards, but I was able to get here obviously on with no problems. We are about to get underway on Game 2. Going to get started with Riley Dillard once again. Going to be batting. Going to be playing at left field once again. Like I said, pretty much everything. Even the pitcher is going to be the same. Maddie Martinez going to take the mound once again, as well as, of course, John Butts, who has been doing the pitching duties for the whole season. 4-game losing streak is what Jal has right now. That is what Eunice broke to get to their first victory in the last 5 games. So we're interesting to see if it can be tossed back, or what I should mean is can Jal get out of their 4-game lose streak like Eunice did just a moment ago, or will they go to 5? That's the unfortunate thing about facing these situations. Sometimes, you know, you want to see both sides win, but unfortunately that is just not something that is in the cards in the end. We see a winner, we see a loser, and that's how they work it out. So getting back into it, Jonna going to get that pitch delivered once again to Dillard. First one's going to be, oh yeah, we got to clear the bases, so to speak. If it lets me. There we go. And now that I hear 2 balls and a strike for Riley as we get underway. 2-1. Dribbles across. That'll be 3-1 for the ball. Let's see. I don't have that quite right. I was still adjusting after the window opened. Or I opened the window. There we go. Thank you for being so patient with me. That one goes across. Strike, full count for Riley. Nice little breeze, but nothing enough to where it'll blow it away. And speaking of which, I knew that would happen. The sun may be a factor. Hopefully it won't be, but we'll deal with that as it goes. Up the middle is going to be a single for Riley. She was able to hit the gap on that one and get it into the outfield. So once you do that, nicely done. Second up for Eunice Lady Cardinals is going to be Laline Zamora. Coming up after that will be Haley Jones. Getting ready. So already have 1 on, no outs. Start of the second. And that is going to be a high ball. Ball 1. We'll have a dark area on both sides where the window is not open. So it's going to be interesting to see how that works out. But for right now, throw to second, not in time, as the steal is going to be there. She is safe. Little taunting from the Eunice Cardinals, but that is part of the game as it gets back into it. Finds the strike zone as it is goes across without being swung on. And we have a 1 and 2 count now. Ball inside, and now we have a 2 and 2 count for Laline. So 2-2. Gets it, swung on and missed. First strike of the game and first out of the inning. So first out, still 1 on at second base. And Hallie Jones coming up, shortstop once again. So Haley Jones coming up. First one going to be across. A little high for the ball. Yep, no more wind, a little breeze, but nothing major, nothing like it was just earlier. The This is basically a second game that's looking different. Tried to throw it third instead. We'll go ahead and get the runner to third off the error throw. So that means Riley is at scoring position at third. We have a count of 1-1. Strike that was. And another strike as that is foul to the right. Just over the teammates' heads. 1-2. But with one on. And that is hit near center field to the right of it. And the right fielder gets it. And a sac fly. No, actually it's not. The runner did not advance. So that is going to be Riley at third. And out number 2 as Haley Jones hit it to left field. Liz Gatton coming up next. I believe, no, actually that's not Liz. Who is that? That is going to be, Bella Pierce. Got ahead of myself. Bella had our first throw is a strike. Going to be blinded by the light for a moment. Wrapped up like a deuce as that one is hit. It's going to go into the center field. But one will score as that is an RBI single for Pierce. So that scores Riley. And it is 1-0. Mr. Sunshine went to school. He is bright today. That is going to be Liz. Now she's up. Hits that one and goes straight over to Butts. Jaden Jana goes 1-3, and that does end it, but not before a run scores. And we go to the bottom of the first. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage right here on Eunice Cardinal Network and the Jal Panther Network. So for the score on that one, 1 run off of 2 hits, 1 error, 1 left on base. We also had 1 strike and no walks. It is the bottom of the first. Coming up to bat first will be Caden Lujan, followed by Abby Dardone and Jonna Butts. Excuse me, Jonna Butts. I was trying not to do that, but of course, you know, the worse, the more you try to hold it in, the worse it gets. So I apologize about that. Or as Shrek would say, better out than in, I always say. So let's see. So I was. So we have the second game of the 2. 4-game losing streak is what Eunice just broke and gave that to, well, they had 3 other games before, but again, Loving part of that equation of the 3-game losing streak they had coming into this game. Now they have 4 games for Jal. Jal would like to get back on the winning side with 10-5. And it is, let's see, double check. The record for Eunice is now at 7-9. So still a little below 500. Caden taking that one as a ball. It's going to be a little hard to see, especially if I don't have the camera over the right area. Speaking of which, because it hits that. Let's get back to the batting. As that one goes and will be caught out. So out number 1. Let's go with Abigail Dardone. Hits the ball quickly, goes and makes it fair as it gets past Lizzie. And she gets to second. So a double for Abigail Dardone. Now Jonna Butts up to try to see if she can get a score and tie the game at the bottom of the first. 1 out. Yes. Final score for baseball on this game, 24-3. Texaco over Jal. Final score once again, 24-3. Texaco did rout Jal in 5. That one's going to go right back to Maddie, as she is going to get that from 1 to 3 for the out number 2 against Butts. That'll be 2 outs with a runner at third. Runner in scoring positions, we've got Bella Cohurst. And the first ball is going to be, I believe that was a ball, but I wasn't on the ball. Maddie with another delivery. This one's hit, and it's going to be foul. Yes, indeed. Out of play. Let's go 1-1. And let's get back into the action. Thrown for a ball. Counts now 2-1. Hoping to see that sun go down quick. A little high on that one for ball 3. And a steal. Nope, didn't make it. Actually, nope, it was. It was good. So stole home. 1-1 is the score. Fix that in a moment. Right there, it's going to go off the middle, and it's going to go into center field for a single. So keeping the runners on, as that was Cohurst with her single. Zoe Molina coming up. And that was Abigail Dardone who scored. So 1-1 is the score, 2 outs. We have 1 on again. And this time Zoe Molina, who is playing at third today, or this time, is up next. Here we go. Let's see. Yeah, the sun's right there in the pitcher's area. Just can't see her too well, so hopefully it won't last for long. As she delivers, low bouncer, and that will take or give the opportunity, and she will take it. So second base is now covered. And it is Molina who gets hit in the back. So hit by pitch, and that pretty much negates that steal as she gets to first. Second base covered, and I believe, can't tell if that's a pitch runner or not. It is. Meanwhile, back at the base, first one's going to go high, ball 1. It's Navarrete, the freshman, out there to run for Cohurst. Meanwhile, it is, I think, 1-0 as I get that changed. There we go. Low ball. I think she's trying to make sure that nobody advances on the bases, but you can't do that and throw and be expected to see something of a strike. Nevertheless, 2-0 is the call. We've got that one go down the middle, and she did make that as it goes down the pike for a strike. 2-1. There we go. Molina still at bat. Sorry, Rodriguez. As that one goes and gets hit. Throws to home, but not in time. And so it'll be a single fielder's choice, and that'll be Charisma at first. That's right, Molina did go on. And an RBI for her efforts as well 2-1. First time that Jal has been the lead this today. Let's see, that was a single. So 2 outs, two on, yes, second and third, and then this one's going to get hit and be caught at center field. That is by Bella Pierce, who was able to stretch out and get that third out from Nieto. But not before 2 runs come across and make it a 2-run lead, or 1-run lead, 2-1, as we go to the top of the second. Be back in a moment as we cover it right here on Eunice and the Jal Networks. All right, I've got on the unofficial 2 hits, 2 runs. We also had 2 left on base, and it is 1 walk, no strikeouts for that first inning. So we're in the top of the second. And we get back to it. Like I said, we're trying to avoid that sun for a little while longer. It looks like the clouds who are doing us a nice little favor, keeping it cool. Now the wind has died, and the sun is giving us its last glorious moments before it goes to the sunset. Which, according to my calculations, is about another 15 minutes or so. So we've got about another 15 minutes of blinding sun, unless it gets behind the trees, and if the trees do well, then hey, they get the promotion. Meanwhile, though, top of the second, let's go ahead and get back to Butts, as on the in the box, hitting, or trying to hit, is Jazzy. Jazzy, her first time up in this game. First one goes for the strike. Hit though, and foul, just foul, as it almost made it to fair. Or maybe it did make it to fair. I thought it was foul, but apparently not. Let me see. Yep, she's going to go back. It was foul. So nice try, but didn't work. It almost fooled me for a moment, but doesn't matter. I'm not the one they need to convince. There we go, back to it. So 0-1 with the count. Here we go with another pitch. That was hit the other way this time. It'll be fair and caught by Charisma. Out number 1. Mel Nieto, or Melanie, coming up next. Jal had, with that loss, snapped an 8-game win streak. But that is not as important as getting that out. But nope, instead thrown badly. And we'll get past. That is Melicone. So an error. And that'll be at, I believe she's at second. Yep. She's got a pinch runner out there. Didn't see who it was until it was too late. Oh, number 5. That is Macy, the 8th grader. So let's see. Delivery on that one, swing and a miss. And that'll be a steal on base for Macy. So Allison Ruiz coming up, and she had her first swing and a miss. Actually, that was strike one. There's gonna be a drop, but nope, not gonna advance. So Jonna Butts had to run up there, but didn't really have to. For Ruiz is 0-2 on the mound, on the plate, in the batter's box, and she is getting some instruction from her coach. 0-2. There we go. Still can't quite see. There we are, back to Allison, who is at the right field when she's playing. Swung on, or actually, nope, she didn't swing it. She just got struck out. So 2 down. We do have 1 on at third base, so they have scoring position. Maddie Martinez coming up next. High ball, 1. 1-0. I think we've got the sun situation almost taken care of now. Does look like a nice sunset, but we're not here for that. So it is 1-0. Here we go with delivery. Swung on and strike 1. It was a nice cut, but did not hit. So yeah, this Panthers team was number 1 or early on in the season. Now they've lost a few, including Loving and district games. That one's a little high. Ball 2. Eunice also had some difficulties with Loving. The first game was very exciting all the way to the end. See what happens. That one goes. Strikeout as Martinez watches it go by. And that'll be out number 2. Wait. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Not quite out yet. That was just strikeout number 2. Trying to get ahead of myself there. There we go. Thought he struck her out. That one is going to go foul to the right. Looked like that was a final strikeout. Anyway, so 2-2 is the call. Audrey is coming up next. Actually, no, top of the order. Riley Tallard. 2-2, 2 outs. We have 1 on at third base. Swung on, staying alive at 2-2 with that foul. There we go. So it has been 1 strikeout in the second. That one goes across, and that'll be strikeout number 2 when she does strike out in the end to end the inning. So it is 2-1. Jal leading by 1 run. We had 1 error, 1 left on base. No hits, no runs. Also 2 strikeouts, no walks. Here we go to the bottom of the second. 2-1 is the score right here in Jal, New Mexico. We'll be back in a moment as we cover it right here. Whether you're watching it on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and it's also on Eunice Sports and Jal Sports. Thanks again for being here.
For over 25 years, Eunice Pump and Supply has been more than just a business. They've been a part of the heartbeat of Eunice. From the oil fields to the classrooms, Eunice Pump and Supply is all in backing the athletes, cheering on scholars, and investing in the future of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply takes pride in their hard-working team, their dedication to excellence, and most of all, the youth. Visit Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, and now proudly serving Lovington at 321 North Main. Your hometown partner and a proud supporter of Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, local, loyal, and proud to serve.
Quickly back to the action. Here we go. First one from Maddie. Gets across. be a ball. Malison is the catcher. The first baseman. She is up right now, batting first in the second. That is going to be a foul ball. Tip back to her. Hit her afterwards. So 1-1 now on the count. Well, that is a high ball, but inside just enough for a strike. 1-2 is the count. It looks like the sun will be no longer an issue as that one is hit. But it's going to be shallow, and it will find its way to second base for out number 1. That was, of course, taken care of by Zamora, Laylene Zamora. So 1 down. Peyton Lujan coming up next. That one goes across, right across for the strike. Matty again with the delivery. Another swing, hit, and foul ball. Strike 2. 0-2 with the count, as it is Peyton Lujan who is behind on the count. Peyton is in center field for the defense. Delivery from Maddie once again. She pitched the first one. She goes in and hits that to third and cannot run it out. So it is out number 2, as that is going to be 5-3 for the infield out. Top of the order now, as we have Caden Lujan back up again. She did well the first time around. No, actually, she did not. She flew out to center. 2 outs right now. And that first one's going to go across. Looks like that was a strike. Sounds like that was a strike. And it is 0-1. Hit up the middle. Going to go back and try to get a third in time. And did. So the 1-3 for the final out. So that was 1, 2, 3. No hits, no runs, no errors, no one left on base. We go to the top of the third. Top of the third, and it's going to be 2-1. Jal still in the lead. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage right here on Eunice and Jal. Thanks again for watching.
The staff of the Jal Public School District is proud of their Jal Panthers. Those late practices, hard work, and dedication paid off. Go Panthers! Jal schools have continually provided a quality education and safe environment for the students. Jal Public School System is on the move. Are you ready? Jal Public Schools, another proud sponsor of all Lee County athletics and academics.
Second of a doubleheader going to 5, and Thursday, of course, we have the game against Da Vinci, the El Paso squad. Yeah, naturally, it's a Texas team, so they are not part of that district that this 2A has to enjoy. Meanwhile, let's see if we can get Eunice's next game, as they had faced Loving and then Capitan not too long ago. Now we have Jal. Coming up next is going to be a Saturday game. Looks like there'll be a single against against Loving. Then Jal going to be next Tuesday. So yeah, and it'll be in Eunice, of course, and that'll also be a doubleheader as well. So Loving next, that'll be away, followed by Jal on Tuesday. So both teams have a hectic schedule ahead of them, as they're facing so many games all at once. That one goes across. First one's going to be a strike. So up to bat right now, top of the order, Riley. That is a ball. 1-1 is the call. As if you open the window up, it really does open things up for you. You can hear things as well. It's nice. It's going to be a cross for the ball, so 2 and 1. Wind has pretty much died now. That's great. And that's going to be swung on. Foul tip, and we'll stay alive. But that's going to be 2 and 2. So 2 and 2 for Riley. Coming up next will be Zamora. Struck out last time. Got on with a single for Dillard. That's going to be a foul ball, so it stays at 2 and 2. Stole and then also got on. She did score. She is the one run for Eunice so far in this game. Hit and goes to right field. Looks like that'll be safe as it is bobbled and thrown to second. Up that I got a little further out there. I did not. Sorry about that. There we go. Get you back to the batter. And coming up, already fouled for the first one. That'll be Lady Zamora. Oops. 0-1. Hit. Oh, no, actually that is thrown to second, and runner is safe at second. Dillard there. Count still at 0 and 1. So Butts back on the mound, delivers. High on that one, ball. Teammates are telling Riley to stop. I think she was trying to run or something, but nevertheless, she did. She's like, what? Hit, goes back, foul, and will be a strike. Lady, 1 and 2 for the count. There is, I think that's right, Dillard right there at second, and back to the batter. 1 and 2 the count. Top of the third, no outs, 1 on. Swung on and dropped, third strike. It's going to be out. So a strikeout for Leilene. Out number 1. So far that is going to be strikeout number 4 for Jana. So coming up next is going to be Hallie Jones. Last time she hit to right, or left actually. That time was to right, and it is going to be foul. The long strike makes it 0 and 1. Still have a runner at second. That one goes across, a little low and outside for the ball. 1 and 1. All right, another delivery. Hit this time. It's going to be shallow to second base, and Marin is able to track it down and get it for out number 2. So that was a nice little catch. Now Bella Pierce swung on and missed for strike 1. 2 down, 1 on though, second base. Butts delivers and gets that across spike for a strike. 0-2. Ahead of the count is Jana against Bella Pierce, the center fielder. Gets that one across. Ooh, some oohs and ahs, but did not get the call. Ball. Meanwhile, a little lapse in judgment and stealing for third. So still, sauce for the goose, as they say. Do they get this final out? Hits it, goes across. Looks like it'll be a nice little single as it goes past the center fielder. 1 run scores, goes to second, all the way to third now. She could go all the way, and she's going to try. She slides. Yep, not even close. And the park home run once again for Bella Pierce this time. She is able to hit it and get the RBI to boot. So they went from 1 down to 2 up, still with 2 outs. And we're still in the third inning. Top of the third. Going to go ahead and get Liz Gatton up here now. She's going to take that first one across for the strike. So things happening all the time, fast-wise. That one goes across, hit and foul for the strike. 0-2. So just when there was a 1-run lead, now it's a 1-run lead for Eunice, back on top again for the Lady Cardinals. Top of the third, 2 outs though, nobody on. Swung on and gonna be foul. To the right-hand side, over my head. 0-2 still. That one's hit up the middle. It's going to find the gap and going to go all the way to the center fielder. The center fielder, of course, is going to be Peyton Lujan, but a single, nevertheless, is going to continue the bats for Eunice. And Jazzy going to go ahead and swing on that one and foul it for strike number 1. Just do that instead. As Lizzie's able to get a long single, I believe. Yep, she is standing on first. That one gets high for Jazzy and ball 1. Still 3-2 in the game. Top of the third, going to go to 5, maybe a little more if it's tied, but we'll cross that bridge. Crossing it. Fouled again, and this one's going to go to the right and out of play. Jazzy close with 1 and 2 for the count. Got to find that rhythm and try to get ahead of the pitch this time. That's me a ball call, so 2 and 2 is the call. Steal, and that'll be out number 3. I think she got just past the bag. At least that's what the out call is. And that'll be out number 3. This time it's me for, I believe, Lizzie Gatton. Oh, there we go. So let's see. We had nobody left on base. 2 hits or 2 runs came across off of it's 1 home run, 2 hits. 1 was the home run. There was an error along the way. Let's see, any strikeouts? 1 strikeout, no walks, and 1 left on base. So we're going to go into the bottom of the third. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage. This is all happening right here. Back on already. They're going a little bit quicker on this one as Maddie is ready. The first one coming up for Jal is going to go ahead and deliver it to right and be fair. Actually, nope. Looks like that'll be foul. So close. As the batter goes back, strike one. So the senior, Johnny Butts, had that nice hit, but it did not stay fair. So she'll be back again as it is 0-1 for the count. That one goes across and will be a strike. Strike two. So 2 pitches and down 0-2. Gets it across, and that throw to first is going to get Jana safe at first. Hopefully I got that. Yeah, things go fast, as you already know. Except for the sunset. It goes real slow. So right now we've got one on. Score shows 3-3. I don't believe that's right, but we'll find out in a moment. We have a pinch runner. Let's see who is the pinch runner. I believe that's going to be Navarrete. Nevertheless, back to Maddie, and up next to bat is going to be, should be, Bella Cohurst, who is going to get that for a possible double play. Got one. Nope, 1 out of 2. So was able to get to second to get that throw off the fielder's choice. And she will go to first, but it'll be 1 out. And Zoe Molina. As that one is hit, going to go to second, and that'll be out number 3. And we're going to go ahead and fix our scoreboard, as that is another fielder's choice for out number 3. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage. It's all happening right here in Jal. Stay with us. Talked to an up just a moment ago about the score. It shows 3-3. I'm not going to argue with it, but I do have 3-2. So until that is otherwise corrected, I will go with what I've got. But if it's the bottom of the fourth and it's still 3-3, I'm going to change my score to match theirs. Not sure exactly when Jal was able to score without me seeing it, but then again, hey, you know what? I have missed things before, so no surprise as Butts is back on the mound. We have a little bit longer to go. We've got, this is the top of the fourth, scheduled for 5 on this second game on April 14th, the day before tax day. Here we go with first pitch. Hit, and it's going to go to second base. Get thrown over first for the 4-3, the first out. Okay, let's go ahead and say who was that, by the way. Let's see, top of the order now. That was nope. So Melanie Nieto. So that was Jazzy. Who ended up getting the out. We 4-3. So Melanie Nieto coming up next. She had an error to get on. And then she had Macy come in to run for her. Up to bat now, Melanie. Well, high on that one, went higher and higher and found a ball call. 0-1, and I need to find the batter's box. There we go. Sorry about that. Swung on and missed. Strike one. Too bad we don't have multiple cameras, although that would be a chore in itself to a degree. But at least you'd be able to see. Anyway. So 2-1 for the count right now. That's right. Let's change that. There we go. 2-1 gets it across, and will be 3-1 now. Looked like a pretty decent chance of getting the corner, but instead did not. Just a bit outside. 3-1. Swung on and missed. Full count. One down so far. Nobody on. We're in the top of the fourth. Whether it's 3-2 or 3-all. That one goes across, and the full count now becomes a walk for Melanie. I believe that's the first one issued in a little while for Butts. And Jana going to get back on the saddle and try again, this time around with Allison Ruiz. After that, it'll be Maddie Martinez once again, trying to get her bats to work. The last two, Allison last time up, struck out. First time goes high, ball one. There we go. Try to get the umpire in there as well. Another delivery and a little high one. Ball two. Two-0 is the count. Gets that across. It's going to be hit high and it will be fair, or it will be catchable. Yes, it is. As Jana is able to get underneath it to get the out. Number two. So 2 outs. Coming up next, Maddie Martinez. So made contact, just did not strike out like she did last time. This time around, Maddie Martinez, who had a pretty good game on both sides, got interviewed and first up struck out. This time around, low ball for ball one. Want to know was the count? 2 on, or actually 1 on, 2 outs. That goes across. Nope. Thought it might find the strike zone, but instead will be a ball. I'm going to go ahead and move it to 3. 3-all is the score unless otherwise said. That one goes high. Ball 3. So 3-0. Head of the count is Maddie. Let's see if Jana is going to sneak in a strike here. She gets ready, delivers, and does. Throw back to first, not in time. Maddie at 3-1. 2 outs, 1 on. Top of the fourth, scheduled for 5. Going to be hit high and shallow. Going to go to shortstop, and she's going to be able to camp underneath it and get there for the third out. So that was a 1 walk. So that means no hits, no runs, no errors. It was 1 left on base. Oops. No strikeouts, or was there? Let's see. Nope, no strikeouts, but 1 walk. We'll be back in a moment as we continue coverage Having it all right here on the Jal Panther Network and on Eunice Sports. Getting back into it, let's go ahead and starting off with the Jal Panthers. The Lady Panthers have Charisma. And she is getting ready to see what she can do with a bat. She had an RBI single last time up. That was at the first inning. First one goes across, and that is unfortunately a strike. 0-1. Here comes Maddie once again. This one's bunted. Nicely done. Let's see if it gets there in time. Looks like she is safe. Sorry about that. I'm not sure if I can get there. But yeah, she is safe at first. So the bunt does work for a single. Marin Nieto coming up next. She flew out to center last time up. Let's see what happens this time. Goes across, and it'll be a ball. We're back now. Okay, see, I changed it, and then they changed it back. So it is 3-2 after all. Goes to first, safe. 1-1 so far. Just when I say, okay, you're right, then they say, no, you're right. And that is a foul ball back. 1-2 for the count. So 1-2. Maddie with another delivery. Here we go. A little low and ball 2. It's starting to throw back over there to first. Not flinching is Marin. No, that's not Marin. That's Charisma. Marin takes that one low. Goes ahead and steals. Was Charisma this time around. She does get the base. So steal on the base. Marin with a full count. I'll get people's names right. Full count. No outs. 1 on at second. Bottom of the 4th. Scheduled for 5. Here we go. Maddie gets it across. A little low. Ball 4. So the walk is issued to Marin. It is going to put runners at first and second. But she was already on second anyway, to be fair. So 2 on, no outs. 1-run lead for Eunice this time around. Maddie with the ball as she delivers it. Punt, and it'll be nicely done. Will advance the runners as she is able to get it past. And the bad throw to first is going to go ahead and score 1. Score 2. As that is going to be an error, throw error. As it was Malacon who did get that error. Actually, let's call it a hit, single. 2 RBI single. And then she went to second base, so there is no outs. 2 have scored. Let's see what's going on as we're about to get a conference from the umps. So from what I've got so far, that was a error throw to first. And they're saying just 1 RBI as the runner at third, which was Main, I believe, is going to go back to third. So third base covered. We got Peyton Lujan up. She had a shallow out in the first time up. And that one goes high for ball 1. So that means tied at 3. First one was a ball. Here we go with another one. Strike on that one, goes down the pike. 1-1. Maddie still has some good stuff going on. Both pitchers do. Maddie, though, trying to get out of this inning, tied. That one's going to drive to left field, going to find the gap, get caught, and score 1 as it is a standing double for Peyton Lujan. So nice double for Peyton. Does get the run up to 4-3 now. 2 on base, no outs. Coming up next is going to be a call from the coach as it is top of the order, Caden Lujan. So Caden Lujan, last time up, actually she has not been on this game, or on base at this game as she flew out in the first, and the second was a shallow infield out. This time, though, it's going to find its way out. I don't know who caught that because it was in the corner over there, but either the center fielder or right fielder. But either way, out number 1 from the pop fly out. Nobody advances, so second and third still covered, 1 out. And then, let's see, bad swing on that one. Coach is telling him, slow down. That's what Lujan said. As the first one goes across for the strike, swing and a miss. Abigail Dardone up right now. Was able to get a double to score 1. That one's going to be strike 2, so 0-2. Maddie still delivering. Get back on the mound. Here we go. Deliver. Hit and foul. So the count still 0-2. Ha ha ha. So 2 on, 1 out. And a 1-run lead for Jal. Bottom of the 4th. A foul ball stays at 0-2. It is Peyton Lujan at second. That one goes across for the ball. 1-2. For Abby Dardone. Here we go, another one. Swung on, hit. Foul ball once again. Fouls backwards. Out of play. 1-2. Still hearing patience over there on that side from Jal. Trying to be patient about those pitches. That one's going to be low, dribbling. Ball 2. 2-2. So Texaco was able to handle Jal. Unfortunately, I believe it was 24-3 was the final score. 3 runs, though. That's nice. Full count, though, as that is a young squad. Next time we'll see them will be on Saturday. I believe they'll be facing Eunice. I'd have to double check. That one's be low, ball 4. Bases loaded. 1 out. So bases loaded, 1 out. Butts up to bat. She gets in the left-hand side of the box. She did not do well. She's grounded out twice. Here we go. A little high, ball 1. Here comes another delivery. That one does find it the mark, and it is a strike. 1-1 as Jonna watched it go by. One out, 1-1. Dribbler on that one, and the bases loaded. Nobody's going to be stealing any bases that I'm aware of, although that'd be very gutsy. But 2-1 is what the count is. Back to it. Maddie with the ball. Going to deliver this one. Let's see where it goes. A little high. Not quite. It's 3-1. Jonna thought it was the fourth ball. Instead, it's the third ball. So 3-1. There we go. That one swung on and tip foul. Now we have a full count. So, good eye or protect the plate. That is what we need to find out here as the throw from Maddie is going to come with the bases loaded. And 1 out. Delivery. Throw and hit and gets up the middle. Gap. 1 runner score. And that'll be it as it's thrown back to third for the cutoff. But that was Malicon who scored and increases it to 2 runs. So Jonna was able to get the RBI single. And Bella Cohurst coming up next. Going to hit that one, and it's going to go to shortstop. And it looks like no, they did not get the double play, and the score came across as well from, that would be Abigail Dardone. So Dardone was able to score. And they got another score because of that. But 1 out. Let's go ahead and get the pinch runner out there. Once again, it's going to be Navarrete to take over. Or Macy, either way. Hit quickly and over to first. And that would be the 6-3, or the 6-3 for the final out. And I believe that was Zoe who was the one doing the hitting. So 6-3. As we go to the top of the 5th, 7-3, we've got a 4-run lead for the Jal Panthers. As we come back, we're going to get all this taken care of. We'll be back in a moment as we continue coverage right here on the Jal Panther Network and on Eunice on the Sports Network as well.
For over 25 years, Eunice Pump and Supply has been more than just a business. They've been a part of the heartbeat of Eunice. From the oil fields to the classrooms, Eunice Pump and Supply is all in backing the athletes, cheering on scholars, and investing in the future of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply takes pride in their hard-working team, their dedication to excellence, and most of all, the youth. Visit Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, and now proudly serving Lovington at 321 North Main. Your hometown partner and a proud supporter of Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, local, loyal, and proud to serve.
All right, so that was a 4-run inning. A lot happened on that one, too, as the bats were flying. But we are in the top of the 5th, and this is do or die as it is now, 6-3. So it's a 3-run lead for Jal. Eunice can come back if they get 3 runs or more. They can continue this game, but right now, if we go to the bottom of the 5th, and Jal is leading, of course, as we all know, that is going to be the second game. 4-game losing streak on the line for Jal. They had an 8-game winning streak at home that was broken. And now they're getting back into it. First one's going to get across. It'll be hit. And be covered by Marine to first for Melisson. Out number 1. Coming up next is going to be, that was Riley Dillard, by the way, who hit to the 4-3. So out number 1, Laylene Zamora coming up next. She had 2 strikeouts so far tonight in this second game. That first one's going to go across for a strike. So already strike 1. Once again, Zamora, third time up. 2 strikeouts. There is 1 out, nobody on. Top of the 5th. Eunice wanting to get 3 to get back into this to at least keep it going. Struck and foul tip is going to be strike number 2. 7:52 this game, of course. We all started at about 4:30. Actually, it was 24:24 when we started the first game. Another delivery. Going to be hit high. Going to be over my head. Might land on the top, but nope, I guess not. Just went behind me, and that'll stay a count of 0-2. Wind was blowing hard, enough to blow dirt this time around. Gets hit to third, bobbled, and that will mean she'll get to first without a throw. So Zamora reaches first. Let's call it a single. Some would call it an error. Hallie Jones coming up next. She has popped out twice. First one's going to go across. I didn't hear the call, but I think it's going to be a ball. Yep. So 0-1 for Jones, for Hallie Jones. Still have the opportunity to be able to prolong it. First runner on, or runner on first. That's going to get hit, as it is going to be taken from shortstop, looked like, to first, and that is going to be out number 2. So Jones hits to a 6-3. Actually, it looked like a 5-3. In any case, though, out number 2. Bella Pierce coming up next. Going to go across for the ball. So 2 outs. There is 1 on at second. Delivery. Swung on and hit. Foul ball. 1-1 is what we've got. Show you the second base. Nobody there, so looking to see more possibly to cover at third. Now it goes across. No, that is going to be a nice strike. So Pierce looking at 1-2 for the count. Down on that one as it is Butts. Dealing another. Hits and will be dribbled. She's going to shovel that over to first. Is that in time? I don't think it was. Nope. It did not get there in time. Safe at first is going to be with Liz Gatton. That is Bella Pierce, who is at first with a single. Liz Gatton, who also just has been on once. I believe that was a hit by Pitt. No, walk. First one's going to go across for the strike. Steal the base. And that'll be base runners at second and third. So Liz, 0-1, hits the ball up the middle. Going to go to second, and that is going to be taken care of to first in time, the 4-3, and that should end the game. As Liz Gatton hit for the third out. And just like that, it is 6-3, bottom of the fifth. Right, they're going ahead and gearing up anyway. Maybe they're going to play 7, I don't know. I'm used to 7 and 5, but nope, they're getting out there. So we're going to continue playing. 6-3 is the score. We'll be back in a moment as we continue coverage right here on the Jal Panther Network and Eunice Cardinals. We're on your network too. Welcome back as we continue coverage right here, and it gets a little faster as each inning goes. Maybe it is the 5th inning. I thought that was thought that we were in the bottom of the 5th. Or we were in the top of the 5th. Now we're at the bottom of the 5th. Okay. That's right. Bottom of the 5th. First up is going to be Charisma Rodriguez. Last time up, she had a single. First throw is going to be, looks like a ball. Well, there's a change in the score again. They're going back to 7. I'm not sure if that's right or not, but you know what? Again, I am going to go with what they say because I have been messing up a little bit on the score. Let's see, back to Charisma. 1-1. Hit. And that's going to go to left field. Nicely done for a single. And as I say, all the single ladies are going to advance on the bases. No, they don't all say that. A single hit for Charisma Rodriguez puts Marin Nieto coming up next. Marin last time up had a walk. Steal the base and didn't have to slide, but did anyway, as it was not even close on the throw. So Charisma now to second. And the pitch count 0-1. Low. Camera's in the way, but looks like that was definitely a low throw for ball 1. So 1-1. Hit and foul. 1-2. 1-2 is the call. 7-3 is the score, is what we've got on the scoreboard. Softball, the second game, looks like Roswell and Hobbs ended with 10-3. Roswell on the losing end. So Hobbs was able to win both of those games against the Roswell Lady Coyotes at home for the doubleheader. Got one out, missed that one somewhere along the way, so Nieto struck out. And it is now Melisson was up and already 0-1. Hits this one, delivers it up the middle, finds it to the right center fielder. Gets out of hand and will be a score coming across. So off the error. And that means a single off the fielder's choice for Melisson, who is now at second RBI as well. And I do believe that was Charisma Rodriguez who got there. Peyton Lujan up next. And already first throw goes across for the ball, I believe. But another score comes across. And that is low. Definitely a ball. In case Peyton Lujan up, she had an RBI last time up. Delivered again, low. Ball 2. 2-0, 3-0 actually, as I thought, but I wasn't certain, so yes, 3-0. There we go, hit and foul as it goes just past Lujan's head. It was nicely done, just couldn't keep it fair. So Peyton Lujan looking for more than just that one RBI. As there's one on at second base, one out. There we go. Dribbled up the middle, going to throw to first as the runner did not advance, and will be out number 2 with the 6-3. So top of the order once again, Caden Lujan. 2 outs though with 1 on. And Caden trying to see what she can do to help the cause. They've already had 1 run come in. So it's 8-3. First pitch from Maddie is going to be low. Swung on though and tipped for strike 1. After being flying out, she has not been on base, as Caden Lujan. She would like to this time. Hits that one back to the pitcher. She's going to throw it to first. And that is going to be in time for the 1-3. So unfortunately, that is going to be the final out of the 5th inning. We're going to go to the top of the 6th. We've got a 8-3 game, and it's not over yet. Be back in a moment as we continue all the coverage that's happening right here, whether you're on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube. We're on Eunice Cardinal Sports as well as on Jal Sports. Thanks again for being here. Be back in a moment.
For over 25 years, Eunice Pump and Supply has been more than just a business. They've been a part of the heartbeat of Eunice. From the oil fields to the classrooms, Eunice Pump and Supply is all in backing the athletes, cheering on scholars, and investing in the future of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply takes pride in their hard-working team, their dedication to excellence, and most of all, the youth. Visit Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, and now proudly serving Lovington at 321 North Main. Your hometown partner and a proud supporter of Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, local, loyal, and proud to serve.
All right, we are back, and it is live. Of course, you can also watch this anytime you want to on HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube. We're going to be on the sports networks known as Eunice Sports 2 and also on Jal Sports. So thanks again for being here, and we're in district play. It is now 1-2 for the district record for Eunice. It is 0-3 for Jal. Want to get back to it and just get the tiebreaker, I guess you can call it that. And then next week, next Tuesday, will be 2 games in Eunice between these two squads. Coming up next for Eunice will be Loving on Saturday, and Da Vinci from El Paso will be on Thursday, the doubleheader for the Jal Panthers. Talk about them as the Da Vinci's class or school will have their last game of the season. They don't have very many games. I think they're a private school. We'll talk about that more later as the first one goes across. That'll be a ball. That is going to be Jazzy with the first pitch. 1-0. Tries to bunt. Misses. And that will be strike 1. So 1-1 on that for the top of the 6th. And Jazzy on once again, trying to see what she can do with her bat. Goes across for a strike. Watch to go by. 1-2 is the count on this Tuesday night. That one goes across a little high, and it will be the ball call for 2-2. 8:05. That one gets hit. Going to go to shortstop, over to first, and that is in time for an out. 6-3 to Jazzy. Gets the first out. Mel Nieto now coming up next, I believe. Yep. Melanie coming up next. Melanie got on an error last time and a walk the last time up. Swung on and missed. Strike 1. Allison Ruiz coming up next. 1 out and nobody on. Hit, but foul to the left. Nice shot, but couldn't keep it in the boundaries. So 0-2. Lights fully on. Night game now, as that was a strike number 3, and that's going to be out number 2 for Allison Ruiz. Sorry, Mel Nieto. So 2 up, 2 down so far. Allison Ruiz coming up next. Let's see what she can do on the bat. trying to continue to get some runs on, or at least, get some runners on. As that one does hit quickly. Goes over to shortstop. Nieto gets it over to first. Melisson was able to catch it for the 4-3. And that is going to be, unfortunately, the final out of that inning. So we're at the bottom of the 6th. It is still an 8-3 game, 5-run lead for, actually maybe not, let's see. We'll come back in a moment as we continue coverage right here on the Jal Panther Network and the Eunice Cardinal Network. All right, we are ready back to action as it is the batter coming up first for Jal. It should be Abby Dardone. Abigail takes that first one for the strike. So watch to go by. Maddie still throwing some good stuff. Her and Butts have been the only pitchers as that one gets across, gets into the gap on the right-hand side in the outfield. And will be a nice single. So with the single on, Butts coming up to bat. And the senior wants to see what she can do with her bat to see if she can get another RBI in like she had a moment ago. 6th inning out, bottom of the 6th. That one goes high for the steal and safe call. As it is Abby who was able to get to second, not a problem. Calling that one probably will be a ball. It's either going to be a ball or a strike, right? But it's a ball. Goes across on that one. Strike is going to be the call as it's watched. She watches it go by. 1-1. Back to it. Maddie already. Another delivery. Swung on and hit this time to the right. Oh, barely out of bounds. And just missed it. It would have been an out if she would have been able to catch it, and they wouldn't have been able to advance the runners. Actually, maybe they would have. Either way, it was taken care of by Dillard, who got it close to it, but could not quite catch it. It was a off angle, and she had to be pretty quick about it. She did get close to it, but nevertheless, it is a long strike. 1-2. Back to it. Butts going to swing on that one and find the gap. It's going to bounce out, and it will be enough for a double. As she gets back, let's see, did she get back in time? Yes, she did. Safe. So not only did she get a double, she also got an RBI double as well for that hit. So let's see, that would be, the score would have been Abigail Dardone. So now it is 9-3. First pitch goes across for the ball. Coming up, Bella Cohurst. And like I said, there's no let up on these girls. They are here to play. Goes across, ball 2. Zoe Molina coming up next. No outs, 1 on. Already 1 scored, 9-3, 6-run lead That one goes across. Looks like that was a ball as well. Ball 3. 3-0. Low. Walk it. As Bella takes her base with the walk. That means first and second now, and it'll put the base runner coming out to run for Bella. And that's going to be once again, I think that is Macy. Let me see. That's Navarrete. Navarrete out there. Got a pitching mound meeting. Oh, there it is. So it is Navarrete to pinch run for Bella. Actually, looks like we are going to get a change in the pitching staff. And that will be Haley Jones. So Jones was playing at shortstop, so I expect to see just a switch. So Maddie will go to shortstop. And we're going to see about getting this new pitcher warmed up. Once again, that is going to be Hallie Jones. Be back in a moment as we continue coverage right here on the Jal Panther Network and the Eunice Network. So Maddie was able to pitch through 5 full innings. Couldn't get any outs in the 6th. First one is going to be a bunt attempt. Nope. Pulls back on it. That'll be from Zoe Molina. First one's going to be a strike, though. So Hallie's got some stuff. As that one is going to hit the mitt. Sounded like it was a pretty good one, too, for strike 2. Hallie has a ERA of 12.12. She's got 3 strikeouts and 13 walks this season. And we've now got 1 and 2. Throw to third is going to be well in time. It's going to run back. Let's see if they get it as there's a run down now with Jana, and drop the ball, keeps her safe. So the gamble worked as the runners advanced to second and third respectively with a 2-2 on the line. And again, that's going to be for Zoe. So Navarrete at second now. Jana at third. And back on is still batting is going to be Zoe. Throw the ball, full count for the ball. So 2 on, no outs. Not the greatest position for a reliever. And walk. So now the bases are loaded. No outs, bases loaded. Eunice not looking at it. Nobody would, but definitely coming up next is going to be Charisma Rodriguez. Charisma's had a little success so far this game. It's going to be a little high for ball 1. There we go. So Charisma on right now, trying to get some runs to come in. Hits it, foul. 1-1. Bottom of the 6th inning, 9-6, 6-run lead for Jal. They lost the first game by 2. Sometimes these things matter in the playoff race. This time around, it's going to be ball 2. These two teams only have 3 in their division or district, so yeah, wins are going to be more important in the district because Dora could not get a team together. Loving so far has been dominant over both these squads. Missed that one for strike 2. There's a bunt attempt. Cannot do that again. If she misses, it will be an out. So here we go again from Jones. A little high on that one, delivered, and it'll be ball 3. So Jones has dialed up the full count against Charisma, the right fielder. Low, swung on, but I believe it was, nope, it was a strikeout. Ill-advised, nevertheless, though. Strikeout number 1, or out number 1. Still with the bases loaded, though, 1 out. Marin Nieto coming up. Low, ball 1. Good. Do not swing on those. Jones trying to get out of this inning best she can. Inherited some runners. That one's going to be low, ball 2. So Eunice was able to win their game. Jal was not able to win on the road in Texaco for the baseball. The first game went to Eunice here. That will be strike 1. Found the sweet spot on that one. 3-1 against Marin. Swing and a miss. A little low on that one, but nevertheless, though, 2-2 is the count. Nieto had that pitch to take. Tried for it and missed. 2-2, 1 out. Hit and foul towards the dugout. Luckily, the barrier is there. Didn't hit anybody. Count stays at 2-2. Bases are loaded, so any knock can get at least 1 run to come in, depending on where it's at. Low, and we're talking about a ball 3 and a full count once again. Jal, once again, we talked about them on Saturday, but they're a young squad. That one is hit and fouled, still full count. So nothing changes. Lujan has been doing pretty well with his squads, this softball squad. Here comes another delivery. Hit, and let's see where that goes. It's going to find the gap, hit the wall. It's going to score in 1, 2, and she's going to go all the way to third. Yeah, she had to go home because Nieto was at third, and she could not occupy the same base or it'd be an out. So clearing a base clearing triple from Nieto. She was being very aggressive on the base running, and it paid off. 3 RBI. So now it's 12-3. 1 more, and that'll be the end of the game. 10-run lead, 10-run rule. Meanwhile, back at it once again, it is Cohurst. No, wait, not Cohurst. It is, uh-oh, that might be it, because it was a bad throw. And a score, a run does score. They can get 13-3. So just when I was going to try to see who was batting, it's irrelevant and not relevant, actually is what I should say, because that is the final score. So final score for this game, 13-3 in the bottom of the 6th. Let's go ahead and take a pause for a moment, be back, and we're going to continue coverage as we get one last moment before we get to the next game. So let's see what we have for here. As running our scores went like this. It was 2-1 at the bottom of the first after one. Nobody scored in the second inning. I know, right? Quarter, right? Second inning. Third inning, it was 2 runs for Eunice, 1 run for Jal, and that made it 3-all. Fourth inning saw no runs come across for Eunice and 4 come across for Jal, and that made it 7-0. One more run in the fifth gave it an 8-3 run lead of 5. And the sixth inning saw 5 runs come in for Jal and none, unfortunately, for the Eunice Cardinals, giving it a 13-3 with 7 hits and 6 errors for Eunice. Jal managed 10 hits and 4 errors. So the major hitter for the Cardinals was Pierce. We had 3 at-bats. 1 run comes off of 3 hits, 2 RBIs. And she did the best for the Eunice Cardinals. Dillard also hit .667 with 3 at-bats, 2 runs off of 2 hits. And it was Liz Gatton who had .333. She had a hit. And who was the one that had the... See, Eunice had a inside the park home run in the first game and the second game as well. See if I can remind myself who that was, or whom that was. Eunice. There we go. It was Bella. Yep, Isabella Pierce, who was the one who probably will have the lead for the Cardinals. Meanwhile, the Panthers, it was Charisma Rodriguez who hit .750 in this game. She had 4 bats. She had 3 hits, 2 runs, 1 RBI. Also, it was Melicone who had 3 at-bats, did 1 hit, 1 run, 1 RBI. It was Jana who had 2 RBIs with 2 hits, 1 run. We had .333 from Cohurst. She had a hit and an RBI as well. Abigail Dardone with 3 runs off of 3 hits, 2 hits, and that was off of 3 at-bats. She got a double. Zoe Molina did not do well, but still it's good to say. As Abigail Dardone had .667, Cohurst .333, Jonna Butts .500 is what she hit for the game. And it was Charisma Rodriguez once again with .750 for her batting average. Peyton Lujan and Marine Nieto. Marine hit .333. Marine had 2 runs off 1 hit, 3 RBIs. So she had 3 RBIs more than anybody else and a triple as well. So she did clear the bases, that's right. One of the reasons why Jal was able to get the second win. I will go ahead and let you know that the next game is going to be on Thursday, doubleheader. It'll be going on earlier. It'll be at 3 o'clock is when the first pitch will be starting, although probably about 2:55. Never know. Nevertheless, it'll be right here in Jal against Da Vinci Dragon. Now let's get a quick look at Da Vinci. I know they have had just a few games, so it'll be interesting to see how they all match up, as this is their last game of the season for Da Vinci. 4-2 is their record, so they only had 6 games. They're going to have a doubleheader against Jal as the El Paso team travels over here to Jal to take on your Lady Panthers. Once again, first game was won by the Cardinals. Second game, after losing 4 in a row, actually being in a 4-in-a-row losing streak, and Jal breaks it as well. So both teams break a 4-game losing streak. The 8-game winning streak that had been here for Jal at home was also broken as well. So let's go ahead and say thank you very much on both sides, whether on Eunice or on Jal. Thank you very much for tuning in. I will be back again for the Jal Lady Panthers on Thursday. Next up for the Eunice Cardinals will be on Saturday and that'll be against Loving and the Lady Falcons. For all of you out there at this 8:30 hour almost on this Tuesday night, take care of yourselves. Enjoy your week, the rest of it. Once again, tune in on Thursday or on Saturday, whichever team you are following. And there's also going to be a game for Jal as well on Saturday, but we're going to be covering the Jal boys as we get the baseball going as well. So take care of yourselves. Have a good night. Thank you very much for Tiffany at the station for making sure we get this done right. Also, Evie Stuber, myself, Moran Gunter, and No Mark Broadcasting. We want to thank you all for watching, on, as always, for free on our networks. Take care. Have a good night.